Okay, we're back. Welcome to the Nyacast, and hopefully you're all doing well. We can talk about design. Ruben, you can go to bed.
If you want to.
Okay.
If you want to
go to bed a little earlier, honestly, recently.
Yeah.
Not a bad decision.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay,
by
and
the
I've got
way,
night test tomorrow, so yeah.
by the way,
glasses.
I'm reaching the end of the school year soon, so I think in a couple weeks I'll have a lot more time to start a bit earlier if we are.
Oh, that would be wonderful.
Yay.
Actually.
Do that. Yeah.
That would be wonderful. Yeah.
No time. No.
Specifically, I believe the 30th.
We will move you to European time zones.
I'll have to because I have something else before this. But yeah, I can ask if we can move that a day. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what's
Okay. Ruben, if you need to go, have a good night.
Yeah.
Bye, Ruben.
Have fun.
Have a good night. Yeah. Sorry, everyone, that we have really been cut short here. I was so ready for so much. But,
Blame the human condition.
I totally blame the human condition. You know what? I can finally GM shit again, even if it's rules light. And the moment before it gets good, Workday has flattened me. This is not to shit on Ruben. I just hate that human bodies are too fragile.
That just means that next time we will be able to start fresh, go right to the fun stuff, and we'll have plenty of time specifically for the fun stuff. So
Actually,
we won't have to
definitely.
do it when we're like. We won't have to shove to put. Well, we won't have to wait until the second half of the session to get to the good stuff.
That's true.
It'll still be fresh-ish.
Yeah.
Fresh-ish. Yes.
Then we can play Payday 2: The Reckoning.
Oh boy. Yeah, I mean, Melando, why do I get the feeling you're gonna do this Shadowrun style? Because the first time it was more of an investigation thing, and it took time. The end of the runs was like, you know what? Let's make it simpler, make it more fun, make it more French. Yeah. I should definitely. We should definitely play Shadowrun at some point.
I still remembering that Milano wanted to set up a Curse of Strahd campaign.
Oh yeah. You wanted to do that, Melando.
Some years ago.
That's been the case. Yeah,
I remember that.
I mean, when it comes to D&D campaigns, there's like a few I would also like to tackle at some point, but that's a different topic. I mean, that's more the problem with D&D campaigns. A lot of them are just not that good, but the ones that are good are like, oh yeah, you know what? Someone has been cooking, but they're probably not with Wizards of the Coast anymore because Hasbro is a shit company and they literally driven off the like. You know what? I'm not even surprised about that because, like, imagine, you kind of make this, 5th edition, just kind of being the leftover developers from 4th edition. It has problems. Then you basically get tasked with, hey, make 6th edition, but you have to listen to the community. The community is like, no changes. So you basically just put out an updated version instead of a new rule set. Genuinely, here's the thing. I don't know if I agreed with all the stuff, but, like, 6th edition? I will not call it 1D&D, it's 6th edition. It was genuinely better in a lot of ways. It was more designed, actually. Like, there was thought about. Was it a bit more towards 4th edition? Sure, but, not in a bad way. A bit weird, but still, it wasn't bad, in my opinion.
Lots of things were still designed after community feedback, quote unquote.
I asked her almost 2 years ago so we can play Shadowrun. What question? You didn't answer.
I think something about playing Shadowrun?
I mean, I still want to play Shadowrun 6. That didn't have changed. And technically I could see if I can set something up. The only thing the problem is here that I can easier set up Shadowrun 5 now because I have the English PDF. So that's that. Still, Shadowrun is Shadowrun. It's. I have a lot of stuff about Shadowrun. Yes, I have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have the 5 limited edition source books for German stuff. I can tell you who owns the police in Munich.
wasn't really the question, and I think it was Dallmayr to...
It's Dallmayr, it's a fucking coffee company.
Yes, I know.
Okay.
Wasn't really the question Melanda asked, though.
Yeah, what question did you ask me? It's like, I don't know which one this was. Which models you haven't read yet?
For Shadowrun?
For Shadowrun? None of them. Like, I have them here, but the yellow ones I haven't touched yet. I didn't even buy a lot of new ones. I mostly just want to have the source books. And not even in all of them anymore. It's just, the German ones that are good. It's just a bit disillusioned with this stuff. Like, again, source books of 6th edition, the German ones at least, really good. Everything else, Anyway. Oh. Yeah, I have told you that last time, actually.
Well, maybe it got swept under.
Maybe. And even then... I don't really care which one it is. I
think Melanda was asking just that you don't know the module already,
Yeah, but like I can keep silent about something.
I know you can, but it's still more fun if you didn't know it.
Yeah, I guess. I did, pretty sure. Well,
I remember something of the sort, but I could also misremember. It's been a few years.
Well, but yeah, basically,
But I think at least now she has answered it.
Right? Yeah, I don't know the modules, so yeah. I mean, this run right now is just something I'm pulling basically out of my ass. I just wanted to make something in Europe because I think Europe is underrepresented in a lot of TTRPGs.
Yeah.
It's always like, oh, you're in Texas and you have all the guns. No, you need to get them somewhere, somehow in France. And I can make shitty accents. I hope you realized you're sitting in the center of Europe. I can send you to a lot of places with shitty accents. As if this was my goal all along.
Well, back to my original question. Any thoughts about the early build of Europa Universalis 5 so far?
Oh yeah.
I watched I watched 2 videos of people playing it today, and I did not like and enjoy EU4.
I can understand that. Which reasons specifically?
I think I could. There's a couple reasons, but one of the more clear reasons was there's so much going on that it's hard to kind of wrap my head around what's what.
It's hard to get into, definitely.
Yeah. And I think there was I think I had something with something of a problem with not quite. It wasn't fully a mana problem. It was partly one, but I think the perspective of the game was a bit of a struggle for me. Because it mostly... it had been mentioned somewhere else, but the game kind of felt arcadey.
Yeah.
And I like the simulation in Vicky 3 because it feels like I can do something small in one area and there's a clear path of connections on how it connects to behavior in a different part of the game. And so for example, I raised the control or development or industry in one province, and I can see the path of how that affects something in a different province. It's I don't know how to explain it better than that, but what I have seen in the EU5 stuff is it. Even if that was a thing in EU4, it wasn't clear to me how it worked in EU4. In EU5, just from what I've seen, it seems pretty clear how a lot of systems interact with each other.
I mean, if you watch the Generalist Gaming one, he was relatively clear in explaining it, at least superficially.
Yes.
Yeah.
I watched that. He was good, and then I watched some other like bigger YouTubers who kind of just did different things and played like your general, like your. They like didn't do their in-depth explanations, which also helped me gain more information on the thing based off because I got to see kind of like what is a because Generalist Gaming showed like how things work.
Roughly, yeah.
Some of these other channels showed what you do. If that makes sense.
So
So I like it. I like EU5. It seems interesting. It definitely seems like something I could get into and have a lot of fun with. It doesn't seem too far separated from how I kind of like to play Vicky 3. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, from what I
I
saw...
presume you... It was a bit hard to follow for me, but you seem kind of interested, depending on how it turns out in the end.
Yes, I'm kind of interested depending on how things turn out.
The thing that I can say about it...
Okay, let her talk. Come on.
I will also say from everything I've heard, like EU5 has a lot of stuff going on, and it might be like less approachable than EU4. Like it, I've some people that I know, some of whom I know personally, with a lot of experience with like Paradox games, have said that like the first time launching it, like going around everything, trying to look at everything, how it works. I think if I've heard like 3-4 hours before they unpause, just kind of poking around everything, getting everything set up, trying to figure out what does what. There's a lot of stuff.
Because
there's a lot of stuff.
For me, it looks like it's basically a new version of EU4, but already with much of the stuff that EU4 has accrued over years and years and years.
Yeah,
it has made some significant changes, but in general, in terms of scope and scale,
yeah, that helps.
So this is actually, you bring up a good point.
Can I say here something? I think like from someone from outside observing it, I think it still looks in some key areas like EU4.
I mean, just from the amount of content, it looks like
content, but like also
similar to current EU4. That's what was this.
Yeah, similar in terms of content, but also some mechanics are very similar. Just definitely more polished. But I think the interesting part is that in some key areas, in my opinion, like EU4 had a bit of a feeling of it was still very close to Crusader Kings. Meanwhile, EU5 feels like in a lot of key areas they are more like Victoria, actually, because suddenly you have to manage populations. Populations have different basically interest groups they're in. You can give them, the interest groups, you can give privileges. You have to think about infrastructure. There's a lot of buildings you can build that has to be staffed by a population. There's literally the ability to build channels, which is amazing.
Yeah, population is one of my favorites.
Also, hey Ryan, how are you doing?
Resources.
Sorry, you missed the
so population is my favorite. Is probably one of my favorite resources for games. It's an interesting system, and I think it's. I like it as a system generally. But one thing that you had brought up earlier that kind of like clicked for me. So with CK2, I could kind of play it. I wasn't a big fan of it, but it was okay. And then I could enjoy CK3 a lot more. What I'm seeing, just as someone who has very limited experience with Europa Universalis, the differences between 4 and 5 feel similar to the differences and changes between CK2 and 3.
Just in my opinion,
Not saying it's the same kind of like. Not saying it's all the same, but the sense of comfort.
I see what you mean. I think the biggest problem here is more like CK2 got very unapproachable with like one expansion. It's just, I think in EU5, I feel like they exchanged some of the more relevant stuff with, just smarter decisions like, hey, you don't generate mana, but your leader now has stats like CK, it's like Crusader Kings. That's good. Everything runs off, production, infrastructure, and population that have interests, and you need to favor them just in a different way than Victoria, because you're starting in the Middle Ages and you go upwards. Cool. Yeah. You have to build infrastructure, which is channels. By the way, I love that because this wasn't in any game, but like waterways are like the most central part of transportation before the railroads. People forget that railroads already upgrade to water channels, and this is so good that you can build water channels and then later railroads. Simple ones.
That's the thing that I saw in the Generalist Gaming video that I liked the most was the fact that I could build waterways.
Yeah.
That was probably one of the biggest sellers to me, that it's not like, oh, you can build the Suez Canal or the Panama Canal. The freedom to build something that makes sense for your location, time, and setup, that flexibility feels good.
Yeah. Also, I think the biggest part they did, what I think is probably I feel like they kind of solved a lot of the problems I had with CK3, but still and its own. By the way, Ryan, you missed me doing a really bad French accent, but hopefully next time with more bad French accents.
Next time you'll have the opportunity to hear the ones that she was really excited to use.
There's a lot coming next time. Anyway, the thing is, one thing that I really hate about CK3 is just the fact that
the quote-unquote tech system.
The tech system is bad. It's just really fucking slow. Meanwhile,
it's not just.
I agree.
It's not just slow. It's bad because it basically encourages you, if you want the most efficient tech progress, especially in an early starting date, to have I don't know. I call it wisdom ruler right now because I don't know the stat how it's called in game anymore. But you want a really small culture with highly developed land, because those two factors decide how much progress and how high of a chance to get that much progress to tech you have.
Yeah. It's just, I think, especially they have some solutions, I think, that probably won't solve all the problems, but are really elegant to tackling some stuff. Like, for example, hey, technology is now, just in every 100 years something happens, and, it generally changes what you can select. Good! Focused. So as this idea of you changing between different horrible Romanian accent, maybe, but he's called Marquis, so probably it's still a French guy if you meet him. The thing is,
in CK3 research was passive.
I know. This one is a bit more active, and I think actually pretty good basis, because here's the thing.
You could influence the rate and the chance of getting more if you were culture head. That's also why you want to be a small culture, because it's easier to be culture head, because then you can decide what to research. That's basically optimal in terms of research. Here it's more like the more schools and literate population you have, the higher your tech speed, let's call it.
Yeah, so more like Wiki.
And in the current build, apparently you can research roughly 75% of the tree until the next era strikes. So
it's good. It's good. I generally
selection
think
pressure.
It's good. It's selection pressure. It's you have to choose. I really like that part. Also, what I like is the fact that you have influence, meaning you start with just you can have influence over your capital, and it spreads out, and you need to see if you build up from that, and that influence influences if you have how many taxes you can get. So this is okay. I have to say how much I like this as a smart system, because here's the thing.
It represents very well the change from Middle Ages to...
Yes. First of all, that is such an elegant solution to change from, why did you want to have decentralized powers during the Middle Ages to why there was even this attempt to getting, the one king the absolute king that rules everything from the capital. That is something that actually is something that favors that, but also, and this is probably one thing they meant, playing a small country is actually not a detriment nowadays. Because if you are, dependent on, control, well, if you're smaller in the early stages of the game, you will just have more consistent taxes. It's not really that relevant to have that. Like, if you saw, for example, in the map of England, I think one YouTuber showed that, a lot of the country is just so low that it's like, yeah, you can't actually build that one up.
You don't get taxes there.
Meanwhile, if you play like a small trade, trade city, like, for example, Venice, Hansa cities. Oh wow! You have trade. You have small regions with lots of control. Oh wow! That's like this idea of building. Like, you can't build tall. In the later game, you will have to transition to actually conquer stuff and get more influence, because again, you can have more control. But in the early game, being small is not that bad if you can't manage, a decentralized system.
Also,
yeah.
It makes vessels way more usable.
Yeah, vessels are more usable, unless you can get rid of them later, which is...
Yeah, but in the beginning, you have a similar sized nation besides you, maybe you just want to vassalize them.
Exactly.
So actually, one of the videos that I saw talked about, it was a military video, so like military focused, and essentially they basically said that there's two ways to gain core territory, essentially, using that language, and one is by incorporating it yourself, the other is by diplomatically annexing the vassal.
Yeah.
And the understanding was that both are equally viable.
Yeah. I mean, it's
Yeah, the thought process right now is, especially since you can't spread that much control early on.
Yeah.
So let someone else spread control.
Yeah.
Until you
exactly.
can.
And this is like...
But you won't get like the direct benefits yourself now, but you could play the long game and get, say, a little bit more benefits later on.
Yeah.
But sometimes you could be in that mode of like, oh, I need to play the short game. I need that reward of conquering this territory myself right now, and then investing the control into it.
Yeah.
So it seems like both options are quite viable, and it seems like that is the intentional direction.
Yeah.
And
also, what I kind of find interesting is that when it comes to military, it doesn't really touch on that. I know that it's I generally like the system Wiki 3 has. I know people are like, but like, Wiki 3 is all about resource lines. Meanwhile, you use basically in this transitional period from, well, you start with small armies that have skirmishes since the Middle Ages, to you have professional standing armies that literally wage long as wars. Like, the Napoleonic Wars are basically ending at the very end, And I really like that they're now just having like, oh, your army gets supplied by the nearest thing that can supply them with something, and that can be raided and like conquered territory. So a few things that is really good about that. First of all, it actually makes smaller nations bit more versatile in what they can do, because big nations can just fart out armies. They have more manpower, but that manpower literally drains their manpower, which they need for their industry, which will hurt a nation more. Second of all, and this is also kind of cool, you're gonna have to keep in mind that this now means big armies need more supply, which is rarer in, late Middle Ages, in late medieval times. So, conquering stuff, not that easy. Okay, also I like that, you don't not only have one figure on the map anymore, but, you have, a bulk. So, yeah, while it isn't you have front lines and side armies, you still have to do them yourself. I do like it that it is definitely more smaller stuff, and what you conquer is more important, which is that's a really good change, and I'm very, very interested in seeing how that will turn out, because this will mean that you actually have to, build roads and waterways to support your troops. Like, for example, you know how the Spanish actually built huge roadways to invade the Netherlands back in the day? And the Netherlands then flooded their fortresses, which didn't really help a lot against the Spanish. You tried.
You just mentioned the Romans.
Yeah, the Romans as well.
The Romans as well. But I wanted to say something of the time period. That is time period.
The only potential problem I see for multiplayer is literally how you move your armies.
Yeah.
That's the only potential problem I see for multiplayer, because I can do it, but it might be stressful depending on which speed we're playing on.
Yeah, I can see that. But still, I'm interested in how this plays. Generally, I know how, we're like, hey, EU5 is coming, we will have to see, but the thing happened that is kind of obvious. The one game from Paradox Interactive that has its own fucking studio to work on it looks really fucking good to everyone who likes Paradox Interactive strategy games.
Yeah.
It's just
the only bad news, I think, Lena, is that there are still mission trees for country, but they split up in smaller mission trees.
Yeah,
I'm apprehensive about that, but from what I heard, they are better. I think. I'm not.
We have to see.
I haven't seen the whole details on the mission trees, but I have seen the. Apparently there's regional situations. The videos I watched never really delved deep into that, but it seems like there's options for you to go in different directions for these regional situations, and they're really only relevant if you are active in that region, with regions essentially being your regional markets of sorts. Because so if we're talking in terms of Vicky 3, imagine if the country markets were hard locked into being strategic. Oh, it's strategic zones in Vicky 3.
Strategic regions.
Strategic regions. Except they're smaller and more numerous, and some of them share situations, I think. But the situations for regions, everyone involved in there has at least something that they can input into that region. Well, it's that situation.
Yeah, it definitely. I really don't know how this will turn out, but yeah.
That said, there's still tons of time. There's probably about a year before the game releases. Maybe not that long, but we're not getting it before winter.
Yeah, and it's a pretty old build already. If people have played 200 hours. They won't get the current build at the moment they started playing. They have special branch basically that is stable enough for people to play around with, and so that's already older than when they got it, probably.
Yeah.
But yeah, at least potentially it looks interesting.
Definitely.
Yeah.
A good sign, although it's not the best thing, is when I saw gameplay, it made me get that sense of feeling I don't want to touch anything else until I touch this.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not a problem for me, but it's also, it's generally a sign for when I am deeply interested in something.
Yeah, interested is probably the the right word for that? I generally think, like, I mean, we still have a lot of Wiki 3 stuff coming up this year.
Yeah.
Because, like...
we have so much amazing Wiki 3
Yeah.
stuff.
It's like, oh yeah, we have
Not even
chapter...
just, like, this year, but, like, next month.
Yeah, next month is Chapters of Commerce. Like, I'm really excited for that. And
What was
like,
it, the 7th of next month?
No, it's 27th, I think.
Yeah.
27th.
It's at the
Okay.
end of the month. But, like, it's also... That's gonna be great.
I think we have like
That might be a little problematic.
Ah, fuck.
27th, if it comes out on 27th and we're starting on that day, then I'm only at home for 3 weeks. Counting
know,
27th.
We can see if you I don't know if we need to start something there or not. It's just probably just like, oh, first game, let's try how this works out and everything. But yeah, let me just check really
I think
quickly.
it's the 24th
Shut
it
the
comes
fuck
out.
up. Give Steam trailers. Okay, sorry, I didn't want to tell that to you. It's coming on 17th. Sorry, June 17th.
So nearly.
We were almost there.
Yeah.
I was 20.
I remember, I think last week I told you we have 9 sessions of TTRPGs before we play.
Yeah, and we have already wasted
So
3.
that would be 1, 2, 3, 4. I could be around for 4 sessions.
That's perfectly fine. But yeah,
Is it
it's
perfectly
like,
fine? Like normally our rounds go longer. But we can.
I wouldn't. So I wouldn't be back until the 1st of August.
yeah.
I mean, I'd be back on. I'd be back on the.
We will
29th.
see. We will see. By the way, you will then probably miss something. Yeah, you probably might miss something with like June 17th, Chapters of Commerce. That's gonna be cool and interesting.
We can just pause and play
Between
something
July,
else there.
between July and September, National Awakening. You know, the Austrian/Balkan expansion. Yeah, it's like, wow, they have a more clear stuff for Hungary, Serbia, Bulgaria, Montenegro, Yugoslavia.
Oh, also on actually. So let me point out the weeks that I'll be busy. The 18th, the 25th, and the 8th of August. So the 18th and 25th of July, and then the 8th of August.
So those are Sundays.
Those are Fridays.
Oh wait, August. Sorry, I'm back to.
Yes, in July the 18th and 25th, and then in August the 8th.
Yeah. But then between
Yeah.
But also then between October and December, Iberian Twilight, the one we probably all are waiting for, to a degree.
But yeah, during June I'll be like totally free.
Okay, then that's still gonna be fine for like 4. As long as
Yeah, June
Room
and that
isn't
first,
eating
2
out
weeks.
after 2 hours again, we'll probably be through that in time. But yeah,
If the game is stable enough.
exactly. Yeah, it's gonna be very interesting what is coming there.
Yeah.
God, it's kind of fun how much. It's kind of interesting how many games are like coming up this year that I kind of have interest in. Like, we have there's a lot of expansions for Wiki 3 that are gonna be fun. There is Borderlands 4 coming. There's probably the new Battlefield game coming. There is EU5 really looks good.
Have you seen the image that they released for GTA?
You mean I don't know which one you mean. They released a
the one
bunch.
with the plane, the one with the plane and the key.
No. But
So,
GTA is next year,
there's
so
Next year?
yeah, it's next year. They literally delayed it until next year.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. You really missed that? They literally were like, "Yo, it's next May next
Forgetting
year."
my years.
It's next
I'm
year.
forgetting my years and my dates.
That's
all.
why probably a lot of stuff is coming out this year, because like a lot of publishers were like, should we release around GTA 6? And I was always there like, the fucking 2K is releasing Borderlands there. Like, just come on.
Yeah, but anyways, the image hinted at the scale of the map, and from the looks of it, it's going to at least be like probably 2 or 3 times the size of Los Santos.
You know what? I'm probably not gonna be. I'm not gonna have like a big problem with that. The thing is more like, is it gonna be filled with interesting stuff? Because like,
It looks like it probably will, and
We have
they
to
may
see.
be going. it may be
That-
even larger. Yeah.
That's just one topic I don't really am not interested in talking about because like the thing is here's the thing, probably one of the densest and best maps they ever had was San Andreas back in the day, but like Los Santos is just like it's pretty empty in some areas, and I think while to a
Yes.
degree Red Dead Redemption 2 did a better job, it also tried to be empty in some areas, and like I saw some stuff in the new game, and like I'm probably more interested in like the fact that it's gonna be more serious, which is like that's gonna turn off a lot of people. Like I know there's the weirdos who are like now calling it already woke, which is just like
Yeah. From what I gather, like they're gonna be like pride. There's something about like pride parades in GTA 6, so that's also gonna be great.
Which that's the thing. I'm gonna be honest with you. The people that made GTA 5, they're not at the company anymore, or
Yeah.
they have grown up.
Yeah.
5 was not really that well written, but it had like kind of a.
Oh yeah. No, yeah.
It just had a really bad tone. Like I think that's the biggest problem I will always say. Like
Five was so cynical. 5 was South Park.
yeah,
Yes, that's
that
a
is
good way to put
that
it.
is probably the biggest problem I have with most GTA games because like, okay, except San Andreas, I will defend San Andreas for one reason: it is well written actually. And I keep seeing people nowadays actually catching up on San Andreas and be like, oh shit, this game is good. What the fuck? And like, like San Andreas, like a lot of San Andreas stuff, like the PS2 one, actually was basically a basis for Red Dead Redemption 2. Like how the body morphs and depending on how you train or what you do. Stuff like that. A lot of that stuff isn't really in the other GTA games anymore. And also I think the biggest problem is that, well, I would say they kind of did it always in the older titles, especially during 4, which was, trying to be serious, but like in a very bad way, and especially 5. The problem is that the characters are jokes. They're not making jokes, they are jokes. And it's just very, very flat, while in San Andreas, they do jokes, but then you suddenly realize, oh wait, there was a lot more going on with that, because for example, you're like, also Big Smoke is, having this ridiculously large order of at the fast food chain. You're like, oh hey, that's funny, the fat guy is ordering that, but then you realize they drove by the other gang car, and he's delaying them.
Yeah,
he's literally delaying them. And then later when he's like, I gotta eat, it's like he doesn't want to attack them because he's in the same bed with them, and he doesn't want to be suspicious. So he plays into this idea of he's just the silly fat guy who wants to eat his fast food. And like, it's actually, the moment you look back, you're like, oh wow, someone really knew what they were doing with the writing there.
Yeah.
And yeah, I can see that in Red Dead Redemption. I didn't see that in GTA 5, but I can definitely see that in GTA 6 right now. That is what I think is the thing where I'm like, where I will feel, despite the idiots calling shit woke and such, the audience that will probably get GTA 6, like on a, intellectual level, is probably not going to be the ones that are now going to be like, oh, it's going to be the best game ever, because they probably will sit there and be like, where's the goofy stuff? Why isn't this game funny? Aside from that arms dealer, but that's just Florida,
I'll
I suppose.
mention regarding the busyness of the map, the rural area that I saw in a still image, it looks like there's not a whole lot going on, but like it doesn't look like bustling, because that's what you'd expect of a city. But it feels like there's stuff to see and do there. At the very least, in a Florida-esque environment, I think there's plenty of there's so much more potential opportunity because of the locations that you're depicting, especially in comparison to like a desert, for example, Los Santos.
It's
there's so much limitation theme-wise in that game, in 5, that I think is probably absent in 6. So I think there's potential. I'm a little hopeful.
Yeah, I mean,
but we have to wait and see.
I think the big part that I like about what I saw again is it's a more serious game, and that just actually immediately made it way more appealing to me seeing that second trailer, because like I just really have grown tired of GTA, but like the moment they were like, no, this is definitely gonna be more serious, we're gonna take the relationship serious, and all, like I was like, okay, Rockstar, you actually have my interest again. But also I think there's one thing that I will probably just keep having a problem with. I kind of hate the fact that this is again, it's Vice City. Like, here's the thing, I don't hate Vice City. I literally own like Vice City stories. I played Vice City. They're fine games, and it's just, I think the biggest problem, in my opinion, the GTA series has is that especially since it kept becoming longer and longer to develop, that they are now kind of, okay, basically, they're in their second remake phase, and it's kind of just taking so long. I don't really think we will see a lot of interesting stuff out of the series anymore. Because, remember...
Interesting or new?
Okay. New.
I
New
think
is probably the better word,
different...
Because here's the thing.
Because I think that there's probably interesting stuff, but they may be mostly, as you say, rehashing a lot of the Vice City stuff, which will be good for new fans who hadn't played Vice City.
Yeah, it's like, here's the thing. From what I can see is that, you had this thing with, you had the first game on PS1, and then you had the 3 cities. There's, how's the New York thing called again?
Liberty City.
Liberty City, Vice City, and Los Santos. Those were the 3 ones in the first game. I think it was just Liberty City in the second game. Then they switched to 3D, and they remade Liberty City in 3D, as you know, the small condensed city. Then they remade Vice City in 3D, small condensed city, because PS3. Then at PS2, sorry. Then because they had their tech under control, they basically made Los Santos, and also, added some 2 other cities on the side. Cool, new stuff. I generally like that. Then the new console generation came out. They could do HD graphics, and they made a game in Liberty City again, which is like, okay, fine. You're trying to do, update Liberty City. Then they updated Los Santos in the same console generation, still just making it like a big island for some reason, which is like, I wish they didn't make it an island.
Well, honestly,
but still,
they've done that since GTA 3. Like every GTA has been on an island in the 3D generation.
Yeah, I know. I mean, San Andreas was 3 islands.
Probably want your like imagination to imagine that you're on a peninsula.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I know what you mean.
So
it's just always a bit weird, but like, the thing is just, this is why I like the Red Dead Redemption maps, because they're just actually inside somewhere, like on land, and I feel like they probably have, like, I really feel like Vice City is probably gonna be actually a peninsula, and they might expand on that. But yeah, and now we had to wait like a whole console generation. And now we're getting the remake of Vice City, and the thing is, I feel like they're probably just gonna loop back and do Liberty City again, or maybe the San Francisco or Las Vegas versions. But like that would be at least somewhat new. But still, it's more like I just wish they had a new city, a new idea.
I agree.
Like Chicago, for example.
What they might be trying to do. Is they might be trying to, because I think my guess is that the current design concept for the maps is what they intend for the final form of how they want to design maps. They want a city with a couple urban areas / towns, cities on the periphery, and some rural areas and wilderness areas that can also have some of the story take place, or other action, or other things can go on.
I mean, from what I can see with I will probably guess the new one will rather be like, there's a big city, and there are gonna be other cities outside. There are gonna be more than one city, but yeah, so
Yes.
I'm interested what they're gonna do, but still, it's more like, just to wrap this up, I feel like it still sucks a bit that 6 feels like this obligation to somehow wrap the remakes of the original 3 cities, than, doing something new. But at least, what I see is actually something I wanted to see. So, I shouldn't complain too much. But that's like the one complaint I have is like, after this one, please do a new city. Do something interesting, That's more my thing.
I think they have, so for example, if they do Chicago.
That's just an idea on the Great Lakes and such. I mean,
yeah. They could do Great Lakes, and then they could have, I don't know, probably something that they innovate for that game could be ported to a Liberty City remake, to a Liberty City new version.
Yeah, but can I say one
thing? They can do in the future. Yeah.
I said Chicago also because on the Great Lake, you could actually have 2 maps later, and one being basically their version of Toronto. Imagine Canadian. What's Toronto? There's like this one Canadian city on it. They could do that, and it would be very funny to have. That you have like 2 cities and one is Canadian. It's just kind of interesting. That would be hilarious. Yeah, this is in the same game. It would work.
Speaking of silly things, some of the silly people online have combed through the trailer, and there's a theory that the boat in the opening images is Michael's boat.
Could be.
Because his boat got stolen.
Yeah, right. I mean, there could be some stuff like that. I mean, they always have some connections. You know.
Anyways, that's that's a good GTA 6 talk. I think.
Yeah, we shouldn't bore people with GTA 6 stuff.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, what do we have still? Oh yeah. Okay. You want to hear something very funny?
Sure.
Okay. So, there's this. Okay. It's some stuff about Battlefield, but people are too dumb to solve an Easter egg, and the devs are getting definitely a little bit nervous about that, because here's the thing: in the Battlefield series, they always had some really complex Easter egg stuff, because they just had some of those weird people in there that just solved them, so they just made them harder, and basically, from what we could gather, they made a bit of a throwback thing, and they're like, oh hey, we have a new Phantom program, which is the big one, the complex one. So this started over a month ago, and people have just been stuck at step 1.
Oh.
They are still stuck at step 1, but since last Friday, DICE has been just actually made on the official Discord a profile for the character that handed out the Easter egg, and just keeps posting just hints that are just getting more and more obvious of you have to do that, and they were like, oh shit, we started finding things there was a thing about what do these numbers mean? It was hex code for colors. Oh. And then, they realized, there are, some drawings on the floor, some chalk drawings from children on the floor in this one map, and if you burn them with a torch, it reveals, a snail with numbers in it, and, there was a math thing, but they couldn't figure it out still, and now they just keep posting stuff, because here's the thing, they definitely have planned to coincide that, people solve this thing, to be probably some tease for something. Probably either the last big update the game receives or the next game, which they want to reveal soon. So probably, Summer Game Fest, which is in a few weeks, if you remember. Let me just check when Summer Game Fest is actually. Because, Jeff Keighley tweeted about it. So, June 6th. Wow, one day after my dad leaves. Anyway, so perfect. I can actually stream that.
D-Day.
Yeah, perfect. There's not gonna be a D-Day map, sadly. But there's gonna be 2 maps in New York, so that's gonna be neat. And 2 in LA, but we don't know if it's the first season. But yeah, June 6th, which is in, let me just check really quickly, 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks. So if you really wanted to have some tease of like, this is the last big update this game gets, and or the next game, you gotta thought like, oh yeah, they probably gonna solve them in like a month. Wait, they're still stuck at step 1. So now they're just throwing bigger and bigger bones because they. It's just kind of hilarious because, like. By the way, this isn't like, all the old people left that figured it. No, there's like a whole server, and the old people who solved the old ones are there. They just didn't get the new one. It isn't even that hard, apparently. It's like, oh yeah, it's hex code, but why didn't they get that? They just went off in completely different directions, and they're just not solving it.
I think the issue there sounds like they expected the codes to get more complex or more arcane.
It's actually just really simple to know where to...
So they were expecting more, and so they discounted the idea, the concept, that it could be something simple.
Yeah, there's probably a lot of stuff going on. It is a lot of stuff, but like it's still kind of hilarious to just sit there and be like, oh wow, I can't solve this shit, so I'm just watching till what is the answer, and then might stream that, like, hey, this was the answer all along. But yeah, it's very funny because you need to keep in mind they actually brought a voice actor back from Battlefield 4. This was like the big reveal. Oh, this character we all thought was dead isn't dead. Oh wow, the one is figuring out what we're supposed to do. Oops. That's awkward.
See, that's also like that's where I'll put blame on DICE. Don't expect things to go a certain way.
I totally get you with that, but like, I cannot even tell you what kind of insane bullshit they have solved before. Yeah. Like, look up the Phantom Program Battlefield 4. It's complete insanity what you had to do to solve this shit.
I'm just gonna say Murphy's Law.
It is Murphy's Law.
It will go wrong.
It is definitely that. Like, but like, here's the thing. Here's the thing.
If you want to put in Easter eggs, put them in. Don't have expectations.
Yeah, like that's the thing. They had people figuring shit out that was cut. Like there was, for example, this thing on in Battlefield 4 where someone was like, hey, everything points towards it. There is a Megalodon Easter egg on this one map, and then it turns out years later, after they put one on another map, there was one. We cut it. They just during the CTE, which was like it was just a testing ground. I wasn't there. They just reactivated it. It was a bit glitchy, so there's a reason why they removed it. But it turns out everything was still set up that someone just sniffed the shit out of that Easter egg. And it's like, So for all of the game's lifetime, they were like, where is this Easter egg? And then it turns out that that's like, sorry everyone, we actually removed it from the game because it was kind of glitchy. But that just kind of made this whole gag into the whole... This is, by the way, when everyone is looking for a Megalodon thing in every Battlefield title. Because it was that one thing in 4 they cut and everyone went insane about it. This is why, in Fort de Vaux, like a Verdun map, there's like a big puddle, and if you throw grenades in there and someone stands in there, it's like a big shark coming out of it and it eats the person. And there's probably one in 5 too, but there they had crabs, so... Yeah, like they kind of have this, like there's always one animal like every so game, and interestingly not in 1, but like everyone was obsessed with that there had to be dinosaurs in 3 because of one cutscene. Everyone was like, there's gonna be dinosaurs somewhere, and then they were like, no. So but the dinosaurs became a reference. Then in 4 everyone was like, there's a Megalodon somewhere, like, shit, we cut that thing, but that's how the shark became that. In 5 they put some crabs because remember how crab rave became a thing back in the day?
Yeah,
and I still like that. I still like the idea, even if it's an old meme. I still like the idea of people putting that into games.
That's what they did. Basically they had they released Wake Island, and there was a you could find record plates. And if you did that and went to the memorial, because it was like a memorial plate with like, for all the fallen soldiers and like, all the games where Wake Island was in there, which some people interpreted as being like, all those games are connected. Like, no, it's just a fourth wall thing. God damn it. Anyway, and then there were crabs there doing a crab rave to the Battlefield theme with on like steel drums. It was kind of cute, but since then everyone's like crabs, and then because there were penguins in the Antarctica map on Battlefield 2042, everyone's like penguins. So now you were able to find literally a shark, dinosaur, penguin, and crab plushie in the game. They just kind of. I think they were just being like the mascots of the Frostbite engine now. So like that's just neat. Background story to a franchise I have way too much knowledge about. Whoops. It's gonna be interesting which animal might join next time. Maybe birds. We definitely need some birds. Haven't had them. Birds
aren't penguins technically birds?
Okay, yeah, but like normal birds. Not
like birds.
Yeah. We need tits. Great tits.
Yes.
Oh wow, the lesbian's asking for tits, obviously.
Yeah, I like the blue ones.
Yeah, they're very cute. I see them a lot.
Alien tits. Just play Mass Effect. There are enough blue tits. Okay. Chat, if you have anything you want to talk about or want us to yap about, just write it in. Or if you're like, oh, I want to join the yapping. If you have some game you all want to maybe see us stream right now, we can just throw something in. Have any idea what we could do?
No. Do you?
I mean, Ruben can't interrupt us. We could do a bit more Borderlands, but I don't think you want that.
No.
Yeah, thought so.
I think I'm probably gonna go lay down for a bit.
That
we can
seems
do that.
like a good choice.
So
Sounds like
I will talk to you all later.
Good night.
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 Ooh, the small yap round. Very small yap. Holy shit, we haven't played Payday 2 in a while.
Yeah, we haven't played Payday 2 in a while.
That's true.
I know a few weeks ago we opened it, tried to stealth the last heist on DSOD, succeeded immediately, and then closed it again.
Yeah. I was ill as fuck, I remember that.
Yeah,
You
that's...
still wanted to play it for some reason.
Oh, was a good idea.
Yeah, I mean we could do some shooting in Payday 2 if people are interested.
What shooting?
Getting some heists done in DSOD, I guess.
Try. I mean, Dana, how far are you in Payday 2?
I haven't played in ages, and I'm not. I don't think I'm. I think I can do shooters right now.
Okay.
Okay. Then that's off the table. Damn! I was like, some robbing some banks. That's going to do some crimes.
We could start Mechabellum on the side, and people can watch.
I haven't played that in a while, but
Neither do we have played Payday 2.
Fair point, I guess. You know what? Let's just have some Mechabellum in the back.
It's at least fun to watch.
It's not wrong.
And we can talk.
It's not wrong, I guess.
And we have no idea what we're doing, so you can tell us what we're doing wrong.
Yeah.
And there's still the free-to-play auto battler, if you remember.
Yeah. And again, if anyone wants to join the talk, just say it. We have room. Don't have anything right now. There. Oh well. This is. I really wish how's it called? TTRPGs would have gone a little bit better. Longer, especially. Yeah. I mean, it went actually pretty well.
Yeah. I was lucky with the investigation, I think.
Yeah, you were, actually.
I just choose, like, the most broadest option available where I can't...
Yeah, I mean...
Where it can't, like, fail because of obvious reasons, you know, just there is or there isn't. You can turn off unit drops.
Okay, that's doable now? Interesting. Yeah, I haven't played in a while. There's new stuff now. I still like this game. It's kind of neat.
Yeah, there are also like I think a survival game mode. And like
I think one thing I kind of feel a bit bad is that I do think I should go back to survival horror games at some point soonish. But like currently we have
Castlevania kind of survival horror?
Okay. It's a bit horror-ish. It's not survival horror. I think we can all agree
more
on
than
that.
Resident Evil.
That doesn't make it.
I know it's a bad argument, but I wanted to make it.
It is a very bad argument, yeah. Okay.
So what do you have? A giant specialist.
You have... Oh, okay, you go with them. Okay. Yeah. It's just, God. I mean, that's also this thing that I do want to do, like, I kind of am interested in doing, a more classic dungeon crawl setup round soonish. Like, I fucking love dungeon crawls, and, like, I wish we could do it. That would be a bit more of the case.
I mean, I'm all for dungeon crawls. I'm also for more rules-heavy systems, but they're not as easy to set up.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, at that point, it's more like, oh yeah, get the AD&D rules out, basically, but... get a group for that, anyway. That's more the case.
Have a group for that.
Which one?
Our group, right now. Except the one who are now sleeping.
You wanted to play Hunter. But yeah, that's more of a case, and yeah, I do like some more rules-heavy systems. That is true. I always think like when it comes to rules like that it's just a bit, not bad. I mean, you can see I GM it. It's just I know what I grew up on DSR 4.1. That's like, meaty, really meaty system. But, I don't know what to say and more. God damn it, chat, we need your help. Ah!
Yeah, can concentrate even less while playing.
Yeah, you know what? I can yap to a degree, but I think my biggest problem is more like I don't have a real topic to talk about other than, oh shit, I already talked about that a bunch of times. Yeah, I absolutely love some of the... Oh god, that thing is cool.
Oh yeah, it is.
Okay.
What can it do? Vertical
Lasers!
swarm missiles, disintegration?
Oh my. Okay, I see what it's doing. I definitely see what it's doing. Okay.
Ina, do you have something to talk about?
Not much, really.
I thought so, because you were also quiet.
God damn it!
I've been vibing mostly.
Oh yeah, you know what?
fine.
Vibe's good, but help.
Look at this mecha doing a bellum.
Yes. Rebellum the mechas. It's jittering.
The Stormcallers are my lifesavers.
They are. Be happy.
I'm very happy.
Yeah, I've been playing a lot of Warzone 2100 again recently, and it's still like really good.
Oh yeah.
It is.
Wasn't 2100 is just like a fascinating title actually,
Yeah.
because it's just so much. It's just unique in terms of its weird shit to a degree.
Yeah.
I always wanted you to play the campaign one day, maybe on stream.
Yeah. I've been playing the campaign, but I've currently hit a mission that has just been frustrating. So
Which
I've
one?
been playing skirmish recently.
I played it on the PlayStation 1 back then.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know that like RTS on console isn't great,
No,
but
it's
it's
not.
No.
it's not as bad.
I mean, it's simplistic,
like-
but
Yeah, like I had a PlayStation 1 like way after after Day. But I had with like CNC 1 and June 2000 and like a couple other games. But like I played like I think the entire CNC 1 campaign, GDI at least, and June 2000, and it was like it was way more playable than I expected. Like it was fine.
Yeah, I mean that's
It's
definitely
not great, but it was yeah.
The campaigns don't require much speed. Let's say most of them just require you to survive the initial wave, if at all, and then you can build up and win. No matter how, let's call it a bit crass, stupid you attempt to do it.
That's like that's just that's probably the biggest problem with most campaigns. They're just very brain dead when it comes to RTS.
Then that's why it mostly works. Not every, but
like the control scheme was fine.
It's good enough, definitely. No, they're just saying. What I wanted to say, I played through it on a PlayStation 1, so I can probably tell you how to beat it. Worst case scenario.
It's. I think it. I'd have to let me. Which. It's mission. Off the top of my head, 7, I think. Like I'm currently in the middle of a skirmish, so I can't check my.
Is
campaign.
it the new paradigm attacking you on your map?
I did that one. I did the ones after that where you push back against a new paradigm, and then the one where you hold the plateau against them, and then the one after that. That's the one that has keep me up, and I do want to try it again, but it's the first time I didn't notice that you had a 30-minute mission timer with that counts for, not just for your main base but for the deployment mission as well. And considering that my entire army is on the plateau and needs at least 5 minutes or so to get back, that's not great. So then I loaded when I figured that out, I loaded autosave, just built new units back at base and loaded those, so I had plenty of time. But even then, this is one of the past couple of deployment missions I've been able to call in reinforcement from the base, and this one I can't. It says.
You mean you? If I understood you correctly, you are now attacking the main base of New Paradigm?
No, this is. It says the briefing is something like. We've detected an enemy research facility in this area. Scouted out the find out where the research facility is, and then proceed to the second LZ. Do not engage the enemy. So I'm I try to sneak around, which is fine, but they doing that, they just send big beefy waves at me from behind, and I only have the 10 units that you bring into the map to start. You can't get reinforcements.
I remember that one. Yeah. You definitely need good units for that in the first place.
Yeah. I've tried it a bunch of times with different unit setups, but I'm not quite sure if I'm. So they have a fortified base. New Paradigm has a fortified base in the middle of the map, which isn't too bad, but needs some time and effort to crack. And I've had a couple runs where I got a decent ways in, but then some the unit AI starts doing stupid stuff, and my bunker buster goes right up into the face of a bunch of tanks and gets blown up, and it's that sort of stuff. I don't know if they're I don't know if I'm supposed to sneak around, but from the pop-ups of four enemy bases remaining, that sort of stuff, I'm pretty sure. I don't know if I'm supposed to destroy this base, but I feel that if I don't destroy this base, I'm just going to get whittled down by attrition. And even then, the one time I did sneak around the front of the base, you go around the back, and it's still heavily fortified. So you have to to take it out from somewhere. So I don't think I can ignore the base. But because I have to shepherd all my units, I can get reinforcements. That's just it's mostly. When, when stupid stuff happens, when units start to get brain dead, and I suddenly in the span of 2 seconds, one of my critical units goes from being at 80% health to dead. That's frustrating. So it's something that I feel maybe I just need to keep trying until I stop getting unlucky. But it's also just kind of a frustrating setup.
I remember it roughly, but I do not remember having a problem with it, so I don't really have a concrete strategy for that one.
I know that it's also weird. Like I haven't really been having a problem with any of the missions so far, so that also kind of took me by surprise. That suddenly I just get I get my ass handed to me so frequently, so hard.
That's just kind of the normal difficulty spike stuff. I see what we're doing right now. It's just big laser versus different big laser.
Yeah, I think it's not like it's a weird kind of difficulty spike because I feel this shouldn't be difficult. It's and it really isn't. It's sort of like the time pressure can be annoying, but it's mainly, like I said, it's mainly getting unlucky. It's and the previous missions, some of them have been like they have had the pressure on, but it's never. Honestly, you're pretty much right. It is a difficulty spike. But it feels like a weird one, and I don't know if it is difficulty. I think it is just like I'm getting unlucky, and that's the frustrating part because that I feel that if things go wrong and it's because I fuck up, oh well, then I can fix that and try again. But this is like this doesn't feel like I'm doing something wrong.
I know the mission can be hard if you do not have a concrete plan, and since you seem to not really know, you do not have a clear understanding on how to complete the mission, you can't do a good plan.
No, I have a more concrete plan now. I bring. I tweak my unit setup. Like the first time I completely went in blind, and that went really badly. After that, I've been doing. I've been trying to be more methodical. Bring like I said, just specific specific lineup. Trying to like if I have to bring in some rookies, but the vehicles that I have experienced, I do bring in the more experienced ones where possible.
Do you have already like medium guns?
Yeah. I have Cobras. I have half tracks and tracks. I'm bringing mainly half tracks. I'm bringing some tracks, but the tracks are so slow. I have tried run tracks a few times. I don't have medium I think I do have medium cannons. Bunker busters. I still have like rocket pods. I don't have the AT rockets yet.
Lancers probably.
So, I don't have those yet.
Okay.
Just rocket pods.
Bunker busters are very, very situational.
Yeah, but I bring one bunker buster because when I have to deal with the defenses, like the hard points, the bunker bust, like 2 bunker busters take it down. Anything else just takes too long to chew through a hard point. But bunker busters are the way to take this out. But I bring just one.
Yeah, if they hit, yes, I usually prefer the medium ones because they can take down enemy forces and you can outrange most hard points. Yeah.
Yeah, you can. I do. I kind of try to do that, but it's with just cannons. It takes it takes a while to get to, like another problem that I keep running into. Actually, no, I do have lancers. I forgot. I do have lancers. But another problem I run into is like when you approach the base on the left, like on the left side of the base. There's a group of six I think medium bodies with tracks and medium cannons, and those they don't immediately react, but if you get within line of sight of them, then they go into attack dog mode, and those are doable. But I can't bait them out and take them down, but that alone can take a couple minutes, and with the mission on such a time pressure, it's I have to be methodical. I have to focus on. I take these guys out, and that costs me a few minutes. I take out the defenses to get to the base, it's all like even when my run goes well, I'm always keeping an eye on the clock, and then even runs go well, and then something something dies or some other important units die, and it's like, okay, now it's just become unwinnable. Like I can't do this anymore. So it's
maybe bring a repair tank then.
Yeah, I bring two.
So either they patched a lot of it, but I don't remember ever having time pressure on that thing, because you can just go in, because they're mostly like not new paradigm bases.
Yeah, there's just the one big new paradigm base. It's the problem. It is the time pressure is easier now. Like the first couple of runs, I didn't realize that the mission timer at the base is the same one as in the thing, but it is still annoying that you defend the plateau, you have your entire army over there, and to bring it all the way back, it takes 5 minutes for my army to get back. So either I go in with like complete rookies, or I already take like 1/6 of the mission time off just getting my units back to base. And considering that those are my experienced units, I'm bringing at least some of those.
Well, if you want them faster, you can just recycle them and build them new in base. Then technically,
I don't think I don't know if I've recycled, but I
like if you basically delete a unit, the next unit you build will get the crew of the thing you destroyed.
Oh, that's good. I didn't realize that's how it worked. But yeah, I don't have. You can recycle at repair facilities.
I think you need factories for
or
that.
A factory. Okay, yeah. Then I could build a factory on the plateau there. Like I have an autosave just prior to the plateau mission completing. But yeah, like, I can't really. I can't. I have to keep my army on the plateau there. I can't start moving them back, because if I move them back, then the new paradigm landing forces will retake the plateau. So it's
I'm gonna
could do
switch
that.
back here.
Are you gonna switch to?
Yeah, it's I don't know. I really just lost a focus here, so
Understandable.
Yeah.
The VOD will just be like, whoops, and this is all I wanted to say, by the way.
Okay.
Like, fun, but can't focus well. It's just back to yapping. Until we have found something better. Oh well. God, I still need to actually sit down and maybe think about, oh shit, what am I... Okay, so basically, my problem right now is, a while ago, my dad called while I was still very much sleepy. I think it was on Saturday. And he was basically like, hey, I'm gonna visit you on the 2nd of June, and I'll be there until the 5th. And I'm like, okay.
Oh.
So cool. That's visiting. Probably gonna, we're gonna visiting the Miniature Wonderland as just per usual. I think it's just one day. Free. And he's like, just choose something you want to do.
You don't know.
I don't know. I help. I really have no idea what to do. It's just blank slate, and I just can't get an idea. That's a problem. Like, yeah. What the fuck am I supposed to do?
Question.
Yeah. Also, by the way, if anyone wants to do some more, I don't know, we could maybe look for some more relaxing stuff to do in the background.
What's relaxing?
I don't know. Maybe something where the community could be involved. I don't know what it is.
If you don't know, you can't really propose it.
That's why I'm looking for suggestions.
Well, you
Depending on who
already
wants to join.
Well, you already kinda like Mechabellum already made you not be able to do.
And that's a bit of a strategy thing. So yeah. Also, we
I
didn't
know.
have a good talking point.
I know, but we still don't have that. You had your dad, and you don't know what to do.
Yeah,
because you have to
then I
decide on
realized no one
something.
can help me. You don't know what to do in the vicinity of Hamburg.
Yes.
Whoops. It's just, it's still just very annoying because you're like, what the fuck? What the
Are
fuck
there
am
any
I?
museums?
Oh, we have a bunch of them actually. It's just, I
Are
don't
there
know
any
which
good
one.
ones?
Probably I would need to go through the list.
Yeah.
Maybe. That's one
Is
thing.
there a railway museum?
We have a few ones, I would say. That actually really depends on.
You want to go there.
Yeah, it depends. They probably all are more way out. So could do go there. It's always a bit hard. Well, shit. Also, you're always jumping to trains. If there's only trains.
You interested in trains?
I like trains.
Have you met us?
I mean, I like trains. It's just that it's not that I only like trains.
You also like channels. Is there a channel nearby in Hamburg? You can go watch that one.
Is there a maritime museum?
I think so, actually. But, well... I don't think we're getting far with that. Maybe I just need to check.
Yes.
I mean, technically there is... Okay, this one is... There is a small railway that goes actually through a town, and it's still steam engines.
Yeah,
stuff, so-
Heritage Railway is always fun.
Yeah, actually, it's not really heritage. I mean, it's technically heritage, but yeah, you can go. It drives down to the Baltic Sea, which is very nice. Like, it's literally one that the Kaiser built to just be like, I can drive to, I can get to the Baltic Sea without taking the carriage. How perfect.
Helmut approves.
Helmut, just go with the times, for fuck's sake.
If he does that, he would be dead already.
You mean spite is keeping him alive?
Yes.
Ooh. Yeah. Anyway, it's just definitely something where I'm sitting here being like,
I'm still very... how's it called? I'm positively awaiting more news about EU5, especially like the military system, etc. I hope that there will be some quality of life features, especially in upgrading your army, like the army templates. They were okay in EU4, but it was really annoying back then with the tech increases that every certain levels, which you basically had to memorize or look up, you basically had to make a new army template to be like the best.
Yeah, that's that is definitely
The way the units work in EU4 is kind of shit.
Yeah, and like you have the choice between these two units, and one of them is always bad. Most of the time, except for the ones where they actually trade-offs.
Yeah.
And then I don't know, half an hour later you switch again. It's like,
Yeah, it's I can kind of see what they were going for. Like, there are so many things about the way you could say that about many things. I could say that about many things EU4. That like I can see what they were going for with the ideas, but the implementation is just not there.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, I think EU4 is probably also just a prime candidate of holy shit, the technology is holding you back.
Oh, absolutely, 100%.
By the way, I don't know if this is okay. Almost most of the time bad. Cups of Galaxy. What do you mean with that?
no, she.
What do you mean with that? That's.
Ah.
I think you is neutral.
No, I'm not. I wasn't finished with the sentence. I think she means something we said,
Oh,
which you probably forgot already.
maybe. I was, by the way, offering I could just load up some Delta Force in the background if there's the case for something like that or not.
If you can talk while it's better than playing something else, then yes.
It would be doable if it's just if people want to see something in the background being done. I think we probably don't have Patrick here to yap. He's out chasing the storms again.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, almost most of the time. But yeah, I was just repeating you.
Yeah. See.
Okay.
Your attention span is so thin. You forgot the last 30 seconds already.
That is definitely a problem for me. Yeah.
Mood.
Oh god. But yeah, it's just EU4 is definitely like one of those games that just holy shit. You should play Wordle. Should I really play Wordle from the New York Times?
Maybe not. Meanwhile, I'm reading on the side Good Taoist Master again.
Oh yeah, that book is amazing. It's just I love how it's just like you just have the biggest asshole as a protagonist.
Well, he's an asshole directly.
Okay, yeah,
but he behaves very assholish. If it benefits him.
By the way, that Yu-Gi-Oh post probably doesn't belong in TTRPGs. Just saying.
Yeah,
that's a card game.
I know, but I figured I didn't know where else to put it, and I've been putting so much in like in general chat. I figured it is like a board game. It is a game you play on a table. Basically, it's board game adjacent, RPG adjacent. So I figured it was the closest approximation.
I would agree. TTRPG, TCG. I mean, you're also collecting parts of a TTRPG.
Yeah, parts of Exodia.
No, I mean, in TTRPGs you also collect So technically it's a TCG RPG.
I guess. I'm just trying to playing well. So you just like, you think about a 5-letter word and we are supposed to solve it? Could do that, actually. Just, I definitely need to have some...
You can also play The Great Green. They had an update. You can now play it in Chinese.
Okay, you know what? I should not open up a fucking...
You can fuck dragons now.
You could fuck it. You could have before. You are a dragon. It's all about the fucking.
No, the mating was patched in later.
I mean, shouldn't LOL keep accidentally conducting Wordle games? I mean, no. Shit. Eat me one, and I will do some stuff. I see if I can get it done. A troll myself into a game of Wordle. I mean,
yes, dragon mating. If she manages to get to Act 3, she can choose a mate if she's strong enough.
Is there gay mating?
I'll be honest, I haven't played after the update. So
I mean, they don't seem to have a lot of concept about gender anyway. Their dragons.
Yes.
Dragon is a gender.
They don't even have directly names. Like, you name dragons in your mind after certain things, but you don't call them that. For example, one big dragon you met first when you hatch, you call them Blacktooth because they have a black tooth.
Yeah. It's like, but it's really about.
But it's mostly when they address each other. It's like big and mighty dragon, young one. You know, they don't really have concept of stuff. The only concept they have is of material things, like some dragons impregnate and others get pregnant. I think they call them creator and something else.
The dragon gender. I mean, yeah. I know a lot of people who are very much into dragons, and not the humanoid form, but also in the humanoid form.
Yes.
Then again, dragons are sexy.
Yeah, and there's lots of things you can do because the first act is basically you as a hatchling. The second act is when you actually claim a territory.
Yeah.
And then you need to resolve things in your territory with limited time and hunger, and you need to hunt a bit.
That's weird.
You can also turn the hunting minigame off in case you don't want the more action-focused thing there. And then in the third part, you actually grown up and more mysteries about the world. Mating, yes, now. And back then it was 3 endings.
Yeah.
You can also relatively early find like a test where you have to do math on a timer.
Yeah, it's an interesting game.
There are lots of things you can try to do.
It is very much interesting. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I know. You know what? I'm not. I can see why. Like the thing with dragons is there are some things they need to have. It's like scales.
They have scales.
Yeah. Also, egg laying very important for dragons.
And ironically, this more narratively driven game has meta progression.
I know. You really like that one.
I like it, and it's easy to follow. You can talk about stuff there, so that's why.
Okay, Gossip Girl, fakes. FAKES. But yeah, when it comes to dragons, here's the thing. Dragons, amazing. Why are dragons superior girlfriends? First of all,
Big.
they're big. They are also stronger. Third, they have scales. Scales are so soft. Then they also have horns. Like, you never grab like a real nice horn? It's perfect on them. Also, important thing, they are dragons, so they breathe fire, meaning they always have a higher internal body heat. Nothing is better to cuddle with than a slightly warmer girlfriend, especially in winter. And dragons live in the cold areas, so you know what? Perfect to cuddle. So you have like a bigger girlfriend. You can live with her, and she's strong. She protects you, and also she just has again, really soft skin due to her scales. So yeah, dragon girlfriends, amazing, superior. Okay, so we have eliminated the F, the K, and an S. What we do know, we have
Are you playing a Wordle right now?
Through chat.
Through chat.
Yeah. Okay. It's your
Okay.
Yeah.
What's you know what? Glory. GLOR epsilon.
Epsilon.
What? Hey, wait, hold on. What? Because I feel like depending on what the answer is, I already know what it is. Oh, but the S. Right letter O. The S is... there. Okay, so S is in the wrong place, so we can eliminate. Okay, that actually is chimp. Fakes. I said fakes with K.
See, you should play the dragon game at Mate.
You should play the dragon game at the Mate. Okay, normal words said in the normal stream.
Yeah, maybe you can figure out what the spider is saying this time.
No, we're different.
You can also kill the deer. Lots of deers, if you want to.
Kill lots of deers.
Listen to a conversation between cranes. I think they're called cranes in English. Roast some snakes. Make an alliance with bats or try to torch them and be exploded by their guano. Stuff like that.
I keep conducting Wordle games. Kill lots of deers. Yeah, I don't want to open that game up right now.
But you can play it in Chinese now.
Why would I want to fuck a dragon in Chinese? I don't even understand it. Made the dragon. Good. Oh my god. What a thing to utter.
It's the latest update, so that's what I advertise it on. You can play it in Chinese.
Anyway, third word. Chimp. CHIMP. Why do you want me to fuck a dragon?
I don't know if your dragon is actually male or female, like sex-wise. Maybe you can even do both. Who knows? Maybe you can get fucked by a dragon.
Now you're talking.
I feel like we definitely need to get the dragon fuckers into the chat to talk about that now.
Yep. Put the game in there. Title it the quest for dragon booty or something.
But I am not that interested.
Okay, then don't do it, I guess.
Let me just check again. I bottom for drinks. A lot do.
Yeah, you even have some in the third act some rival fights for more areas and stuff. You already killed yourself as a hatchling by flying off the cliff, right?
Yes.
Good, so you have that boost already. That's good.
Wait. The first one was fake. So S is not at the. Okay, S is in the wrong place. Yeah. Wait, sorry. Okay, wait. So the S at the end needs to be. So it's at a. It's based, isn't it?
Isn't that?
Danke.
So, yeah.
Well, that's the question. Is it based?
I can almost guarantee you it's based because, yeah. It's based. Yeah, because, like, here's the thing. If the S isn't there, it can only be at the beginning or the second place. The thing is, with all the missing letters that we have left, you sound so disappointed. It's not. It's just...
As a reward for doing the word
Based
so
on
well, will you give chat dragon fucking?
Do I have it installed? No, it isn't installed. Sorry.
It is installed.
It's not installed.
I see it.
I have to borrow it from you.
Yeah, you can do it. I have no game open. I'm more surprised. I'm more surprised that this twisted logic worked because it's obviously flawed.
It is, but like, why are you all want me to? Listen, we can all talk about dragon fucking. No problem here. But like, okay, still, why do you want to? Okay,
why not?
It's dragon.
It's easy. If you die, you get skill progress. You can try different roads or way to go at things. You also, since you're dragon, you collect shinies. Not the people, the stones.
Yeah, you are really right or die for the dragon fucking.
Yes, I am. Why not? I haven't seen it yet.
I don't know how long it takes to get there.
So what?
I mean, depending on the dragon, it could be both ride and die.
Yeah.
You know what? The problem is I am really not in the mood for this game right now.
Sad.
Okay, I will borrow it. There, are you?
Create or join a Steam family? Wait. What?
I need to do something. I think they reworked that, and I need to figure out how we need to do that.
Create a family, I guess. Or join a family.
You know what? No, I will not do that on the fly now.
Okay.
That's something I definitely will. You don't have to fuck the dragons here. Sorry, because Agonia owns it. I can't, like, actually... I would need to do something, like, with family sharing, and it's... Yeah.
The new one.
Listen, I don't have a problem with that.
Well, right now you have a problem, but yes.
No, it's more like I'm not particularly interested in playing this specific game. We can have a whole goddamn dragon fucking stream if you want. Like, you know, if Ruben can't do next... Here's the thing. If Ruben isn't available next week, or someone isn't available next week, I will stream the dragon fucking game. Okay? Is that a deal?
You probably really don't like that you called it that, because...
You sold it with dragon fucking and Chinese language, okay?
I still love the artwork of the game page, because that's the clip where you can kill yourself as a hatchling. Because you can't fly yet. If you try anyway, you die.
Mm-hmm.
And it gives you the full card, which gives you some extra stats next time you play.
Yeah. So,
well, what else do you want to play if you don't want... I made the best advertisement possible for this channel.
Dragon fucking.
That's nearly as good as Strengths.
I didn't even get to write dragon fucking yet.
That's fine.
I probably should do it at some point.
Well, if you don't want to create a Steam family, whatever the new thing is, on the fly...
that's something where I'm like, I want to be a bit more informed about that. I'm very sorry. I take this slowly.
Mm-hmm.
Dragon fucking.
Fuqing. That's nearly Chinese.
Yeah, nearly Chinese.
Nearly. There's a Q in there. Lots of Chinese words are translated with Q into the Latin script.
Yeah. Maybe.
So if you squint, know nothing about Chinese, and are blackout drunk, then it may look like Chinese.
Well,
do you have a better idea?
There was a big delay, so all my comments come critically late. I don't know. I had some idea of to show something in the background, then you made it about dragon fucking.
Dragon fucking is a good thing in the background.
Yes. Maybe not on this platform, but...
Well,
dragon fucking is a good thing in the background. Words uttered.
Well, they won't do it like erotically in this game. This is it's a very philosophical game.
Yeah.
They will like enrich each other and create a new life form and stuff.
Okay, so at that point, is it dragon fucking or is it dragon circle jerk?
Dragons don't gather in a circle unless it's something really important.
Dragon fucking is best for the foreground, actually. Oh,
depends where you are. And how big the dragon is.
You know what? On the size, there's always a big discourse. Like big dragon, smaller dragon.
Yeah, like how much fantasy are you willing to go in terms of how much you can... I don't know how to translate it.
How anatomically implausible are we talking?
Yes. Especially in terms of stretchiness.
Yes. And depth.
Because we already know, like, horses have killed people who tried certain things.
Why are you bringing this up now?
Because we talking about fantastical beasts and how to fuck them. Or something.
Oh.
God, it's too late. I'm stupid.
How to fuck your dragon. Magical beings and how to fuck them.
Yeah, that's what I already uttered. And I feel terrible because I referenced...
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. It's at least it's a funny joke. But yeah, I know. Fuck her. Seriously, anything maybe for the background to get back to normal territory?
I think I already, like, saturated the chat with dragons.
Because if one of your viewers is trying to fuck a horse, this warning could save them.
Yes. Well, if you
I do hope none of my viewers are trying to fuck a horse,
even then,
no matter the circumstance. It's a bad decision.
But if you had to...
Or at least not while they're in chat.
Yes. First of all that. But if you had to, trying to do it actively is better than doing it passively.
Just...
Even then, the horses can kick hard enough to kill you.
Yeah. Yes, but it's more likely to survive a kick than a perforated abdomen.
Hey, how are you doing, Ryan? Welcome to the discourse. And maybe figuring out if we should play something outside. We had the idea of Payday 2, but I don't know.
You didn't commit?
Yeah, I mean, you committed to dragon fucking. Now we're talking about life-saving tips about horse fucking. Which is like, you know what? Here's the thing.
Under duress.
Okay, here's the thing. Stop. Yes. If you ever do that, okay? Just the thing. Please do not bring it up in my chat, because I do not want this community to be known as, oh yeah, you know, do you mean the VTuber with the horse fuckers? And I'm saying, like, you know, probably not as bad as being like, you know, a Nazi VTuber, because there are too many of that. Oh god. You look it up there, no Nazis on this channel. Yeah. But also, like, I think people saying, "Oh yeah, it's the community with the horse fuckers," like, that's still gonna be very, very fucking weird.
People like horses, right? Like, so in general, yeah. So how about I just divert the thing from the copulation, which you shouldn't do, to I'm in favor of eating horses.
You know, maybe we should just drop this thing. It went to no horse fuckers in chat. Just dragon fuckers. That's a thing we can talk about, because like dragon fucking is here's the
not
thing.
Real.
It's not real. It's just theoretical. Sadly. Okay, you know, for the dragon girls hot. I told you again. They're hot because they're also hot and have scales. Dragon girls great. Anyway. Want me to not send that message? You know what? Good on you, Twitch.
To be fair, like the VTubing sphere is rather rather busy. So if you want to find your specific niche, like dragon fucking, horse fucking is a niche.
No horse fucking. You know what? Dragon girl appreciation. Yes. Just stop bringing up the horse fucking. How did we get here?
I could make a stupid comment about that topic now, but I don't know if I should or not.
No, I think holding this one back. Pretty sure yeah, that's the thing. We're bordering terms of service here, so maybe let's talk about something normal.
Okay. Sorry, it's too late. I will keep that in mind. If I don't forget, I will talk about it later. It consists of philosophy with the ship of Theseus and minced meat. But
No.
if the stream is over, then
Okay.
seahorses are cool.
Seahorses are great, yeah. Like, oh my god, seahorses are like, they're weird. Ever thought about that? That seahorses are weird, but just cool? Because, like, they just. Okay, but quick near one before they fight us. Seahorse. No! Why?
If seahorses were on the internet, would they write F-brake?
Maybe.
Oh.
What?
I guess. No. What?
It's about that the males carry the babies and stuff. They have a pouch.
I was almost this one time administrating SS14. Yeah. I mean, and me just walking in blissful ignorance through the servers. That's that was one hell of a revelation you put up there. I think I can talk about it, right? Did I ever tell you the definition of insanity? That is sometimes, being in a chat with people that have a bit of ADHD, a bit of autism, it can derail way too fast. And not even due to bad means, just...
We have interesting topics the civilization of our time isn't ready for.
Yeah, I can see that. It's more like, just... yeah.
Like, without us, you would still be eating unsalted food because you're too scared to lick a rock.
No, I would definitely use fucking salt.
No.
You know what? Maybe don't lean yourself out of the window when it comes to food when I am the one primarily cooking in this household.
I was saying, without the neurodivergent, nobody would have licked the rock.
Fucking salt. No! You know what? You could do some Helldivers, by the way.
Unless it was some enlightened eremit who watched goats and then...
Yeah, they probably knew that even from their monkey times, though.
Maybe.
We could do some Helldivers, we could do some Payday 2. Do anyone have any interest in that, maybe?
Well, I have it, and I can play it, but Lena doesn't have it and can't play it. Or doesn't want to, maybe in some cases.
Ryan, are you interested in maybe joining one of them, if you have them installed?
If I remember correctly, at least.
Yeah. But yeah, basically the story behind Space Station 14 was like, I was kind of streaming it pretty regularly after the, it's Payday 2 or Helldivers 2. I was streaming it pretty regularly.
Question. You wanted to ask around for Earth Defense Force?
Oh yeah, right.
Did you resolve that already?
I think, Lena, at least you were like, maybe interested?
Yeah, I've played some EDF 4.1. It's really fun.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Okay, I guess the other ones didn't answer, so I suppose that's a no then.
Well...
You could bring them more specifically. I don't know what's... when did you... Earlier today? No.
Yeah, and right now we can't, on a whim, buy and download it fast. That would take too long.
Yeah. It's more like there's also just the idea of pitching in terms of money, and there's another person that wanted also to pitch in, so I can tell him if you just want one of the copies, I can send you that. Well, it would be still doable. We can do that tomorrow. This was just a general asking. Okay, then no Payday 2 and no Helldivers 2. Damn. Yeah, no, the thing about Space Station 14, I was kind of streaming it a while after they had the trailer on the PC Gaming Show last year. So it's almost a year, holy shit. And from what I know, people told me that I was kind of like the one English streamer going around and just, doing a lot of, just streaming a lot. And they still had also had a big player increase and all that. And basically what happened is that I was just like, oh yeah, this is nice and all that. And, there was, from what I know, there was the general rule, don't, watch the stream and all that. But they did on the side because I was kind of like the VIP. because apparently a lot of shit was going on, and the admin team was working overtime to just shield me from that. Which was apparently not really that. How was it like? You wanted to have more support, and then that also just kind of led to a whole lot of. Just kind of led to a fallout with the dev team, which seems to be very much in disarray. Which doesn't surprise me. I've seen the Ragnarok Online private servers.
I mean, compared to Ragnarok Online private servers, Space Station 14 seemed rather tame.
To a degree, yeah. Like, it depends, but it was still a shit show from what I saw. Like, there was just the announcement, and it was like, oh, okay, the whole mod team quit. That's not a good sign.
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh wow! Yeah, that. I have not noticed any of them. Like, I was definitely shielded. So like, holy shit. That's like one hell of a good job, actually.
Yes.
Yeah, like in terms of private servers, I don't know if it's been ported to SS14, but I know that like in SS13, basically everybody knew about Vor Station, so that's a thing.
I heard about that. Yeah. We burned the oil to no end to keep you out of it. Yeah, it was like, oh, this was nice, and everyone was generally nice and stuff. Me and Nairot, Nick the champion, and lots of other admins. Yeah, I can believe that this happened because I know later when I just I was a bit more infrequent streaming because of other personal reasons. It seemed rougher, still not bad, but rougher, and like hearing that like, oh yeah, we definitely cleaned house for you, so that one streamer has like a good experience. That definitely was a big undertaking. I can see that. But holy shit, that followed. I wonder if they ever recovered, because like getting a good mod team is not easy.
It was good times when you were streaming as 14. That was good memories. It was fun. Yeah.
I managed to get through a lot of books while he did it.
What? Oh yeah. I can definitely see that. It's not a streamer friendly. Yes, that's the sad part, because now that you tell that, I get it. And yet I thought it was, because you did such a good job. So I actually told others, yeah, we should try that, maybe do some stuff there, and like, yeah, though, this is probably why I probably won't open it again. Just the times running the Church of Blahash were fun, but or being just a really shitty reporter that constantly tries to spin reality, also good times. But yeah. He remembers Lena asking in the Discord about if it's okay to stream together and stuff. I was saying, yeah, I mean, that's kind of understanding. It's more like, maybe joining the same servers at the same time and stuff. That's one thing. Yeah. That was more the idea of, you still play alone, but, you have the actions on the, you have it captured on, like, multiple angles. That would have been interesting, but...
Yeah.
Yeah.
What I don't remember that specifically, but yeah, it was like I played SS13, so I knew about the etiquette of like no meta communication. I don't remember exactly what I asked back then, but some like yeah.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to suggest. Like, just some simple stuff.
Yeah. I do remember that, like definitely like not watching each other and like muting. I think muting VC, but. I think for the first stream I wasn't playing, and I was just in VC like chatting with you, and then after that anytime we'd play, like I wouldn't watch the stream or be in VC or maybe just definitely in VC, but I would like we'd play on the same server, but I wouldn't be like in the stream. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Like I did the first session. I did like just to be on the safe side. I said that I didn't play. I just
okay.
Yeah, because I knew I wanted to be in like voice to help sort of guide you, and I didn't want I erred on the side of caution, which good thing.
Oh yeah. I think at that point it was more like it would have, it was still fine on that part. With it, like there was a good amount of stuff of learning engineering and trying to keep everything working, and we built our own little shelter and we stole the PR when we were like, there's nothing is here, and then security was like, is there? Then the meteors just destroyed. They were like, nothing is here. It's just space out there. We maybe should not have built that on the side with the meteors.
If you're playing engineering and you don't build a little private cubbyhole somewhere, are you really playing engineering?
Yeah, that's true. It's a lot more fleshed out now. I mean, yeah, I can see that, but also,
yeah,
it's more of a YouTube video type of game than stream it live game. That's true. I mean, I kind of like. I think I'm kind of doing this because I could do video formats, but like also. Yeah, I kind of like doing some reacting to things live because I know one time where I was in Medic, and someone bombed Medic and I just didn't get it, and it's like boom. It was very funny because everyone was like, "Oh shit." Having some stuff to YouTube stuff and kind of a track. Yeah, live stuff is fun. I do know the YouTube stuff, and I kind of want to do some stuff again from time to time. I did it like years ago, but the problem is getting out of the depression cycle to actually go back to that. Making some focused videos on why I like thing X, why it's actually kind of cool. Stuff like that, but yeah, there's a lot of stuff here. But yeah, it's still kind of an interesting story. I do wonder if the fact that I streamed that much and you try to protect me, if that will also contribute to the whole Fallout, because I feel like that happened. Wouldn't surprise me a lot. I really don't know if they ever got their mod team again under control, because, or, in order, more like not under control, more in order, because if the whole mod team quits, your project is kind of fucked if it's a social thing.
Yeah.
That's like, if you, I'm still amazed that there's so many places out there where people think, oh, I don't need to moderate, it was massively impactful. Oh, wow. Whoops. Yeah, that sounds like Space Station 14. I contributed to the downfall of Space Station 14. Oh, no. I feel like that definitely will put a big dent in the project, though, so... Yeah. There's always just this thing when you not use it, but the PC gamer thing. Yeah, I know. It's probably more like I can totally see that the PC gamer just put such a big spotlight onto it, and then it was just probably not enough managed at all. So it probably was just a part of it. That's what I meant. It's probably more like, I know that I'm not the sole reason. That would be wild. Yeah, that definitely seems like too big, too fast, unprepared. Sounds very much like the old recipe.
Yeah, I saw people talking about PC Tide, about referring to the spike in players coming in after PC gaming, and I'm assuming most of whom were at best vaguely familiar with SS13. I've played SS13 a lot, going back ages, but I think a lot of people just were completely new, and that must have been very hard. especially for a game like as dense as SS14.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, what can I say? Like, the booking time off to be able to cover shit is just... That's like,
Yeah.
you do not want to have
Yeah.
that.
No, yeah.
Oh. Yeah. That doesn't sound that nice.
From what I sort of remember reading from, I think some of the statements of the people who left, like there were some people who were sort of blindsided by the PC gamer thing as well. Like that was being something about some people weren't aware that it was happening, or that they weren't aware that it was a concrete thing that was happening, and so they were sort of taken by surprise by, oh hey, we actually have like a trailer in this big thing, and suddenly there's a massive influx of people when they completely had no idea what was coming.
Yeah,
That
I mean, personally...
also must have really sucked.
I mean, personally, it was surprising to read, but it wasn't surprising, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like, yeah, I read it and was like, yeah, I can totally see where that is coming from. Nobody told us it was a week away. Oh, damn. Yeah, that's definitely, that's really not planned well, I can tell you that.
No time to prepare.
Yeah, and like, it's good to have a mod team in general, but like also, from what you told me, you didn't have tools to actually mod effectively, so, yeah, it's also not good. Bad even, I would say.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like, oh yeah, hey, here, just solve the problem. What do you get? Here's a rope and here's a stick. That's nothing. Good luck. When you're doing IP checks and how to see if you're spoofing. Yeah, that's just, like, I know community management isn't easy, but like, holy shit, it's kind of insane how much people just do not do it a lot of times. Like, it's not good. Scary part is when people think they're doing it when they're just putting it off. What do you mean with that? You mean general moderating? Yeah, that's just like... there's so much where people are just like, oh yeah, just be nice. Like, just being nice is not enough. You actually have to fucking... you have to do shit. Have some consequences. Band-aid fixing and making promises that aren't kept. Yeah, that's just so bad. Like, I can always say the main thing why always all those smaller online projects fail is either it's moderating. That's like the main thing why shit goes down. Like, I've been in enough guilds. I've managed them, I've managed servers, it's always the fucking moderation. Or, the team that does it has a fallout, which also happens because some people just do not care about good, weeding out. Even if it's just a disagreement. Like, it's just like, get along. Wow, you just really set up the bomb to go off later. And that is gonna be bad. Having one person just leave on just good terms because like, yeah, we just don't vibe. That's still more preferable than, oh, you let it escalate. But people always let it escalate.
Yeah. Reminds me the last guild we joined in a private role server, where one person were like, they were actively trying to waste other people's time.
Yeah.
So we were like, after that and complaining to the management of the guild, we were like, okay.
You don't want to do anything because the guy is valuable in quotation marks because he has experience and a good character, cool. Then you don't want you just lost 2 people over 1. A few weeks later, another friend that was like, yeah, the guild disintegrated because of this guy. Wow.
Yeah, because if you let him go get away with that one, he will escalate.
It's just God, it's just always the same shit. I mean, oh god, I mean, so many fucking private servers disintegrate over the dumbest shit. Like, hey, we want to fix something on the server. No, I pay for the server so I can decide that it's not happening. Then we will just find our own server. You are actually harassing me and are abusing me. No shit, that actually happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was obviously a Brazilian guy called Goku. It's all they are. Oh my god! Listen, I'm not gonna say anything, but like, holy shit, there are some really like the Brazilian guys in the Ragnarok Online community are kind of the worst.
The Germans as well.
The Germans as well. They have some good Germans, but also like a lot of bad Germans. But holy shit, the Brazilians are just.
Remember the one conspiracy theorist we had?
What?
We had one German conspiracy theorist.
Yeah. It's the Fallout over 14 was over 3 people, more or less. Yeah, I can totally see that. I don't know which one you mean, but yeah, that's usually something really small that just piled up and was not resolved.
It need to be excised or the whole thing will turn bad, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that conspiracy theorist, that was just...
Yeah, we somehow ended up in a voice chat with him.
Mm-hmm.
And...
we didn't know he was a conspiracy theorist, just someone on the server.
Yeah.
Basically...
But we argued with him so well that he had to agree that trains are good.
Oh yeah, he agreed on every single point we talked until he realized, oh shit, I'm agreeing with the lefties, and he made a pledge of allegiance to the diesel engine. No, seriously, he made a pledge of allegiance to the diesel engine. I repeat myself. He made a pledge of allegiance to the diesel engine in response to realizing, oh shit, I agreed with everything the lefty said. This is still just... oh wow, this is still so bizarre to talk about. Like, you probably... you know what? This is definitely one of those things, if you put it up someone in that people will be like, no shit, that has never happened. 100 points for didn't happen. I swear it happened. Anyway, yeah, the mass walkout. I can totally see that it happened over 3 people. I am not surprised about that. Absolutely not. Oh boy. Yeah.
Yeah. Luckily, it's only like one project, and not like several projects of Space Station.
Oh yeah.
At the same time. Otherwise, we had the row community problem of you get too successful, better get ready for getting DDoSed.
Yeah, I think the Space Station side project or continuation projects, there are a few, but they don't seem to have beef.
That's good. That's
definitely good. It's not DDoSing, which is also getting worse now because. Okay, the interesting thing is how the Ragnarok Online community had split recently. So here's the thing. There was always a big private server scene, okay? And there was actually a lot of money to be made in them. Like, there are a bunch of them who are just private but have also free-to-play stuff in it. And it's like, it's weird. You can just play the normal game now, but, we have higher rates, so who cares?
I think the normal game is still not available in Europe.
Not anymore, but it was still when it was available in Europe.
Yeah.
So basically what happened is that back until a few years ago, they basically were split into 2 camps. Mm-hmm. It's either the ones with renewal or classic. Most were classic, and then they had the split into high drop rates and low drop rates.
I have to it's technically classic. More accurately, it's pre-renewal.
A pre-renewal.
And trans, because there's also pre-trans, which is classic. Yes.
Somewhere classic. Pre-trans and then got trans. So, And I will not explain what this means because it's funnier when I just say the MMO got trans. The trans update. Anyway, the thing is, those were broad strokes. And they, there were those that just like, just donate that we can keep up the server. We just want to have like a class, a pre-renewal experience for everyone who wants to play, with low drop rates and stuff. Those were fine. And then there were those like, how are they called again? How was the big one called again?
Talon Row?
Talon Row. Where they had fucking free-to-play mechanics, and you could just buy stuff, and they made lots of bank, and they were pretty big, and they routinely doxed people.
DDoS, not doxed.
The DDoS people, just to get them out of the business. That just happened. There was a whole war with that. Anyway, then a few things happened. Talon Row got so big, it got literally sued by the company owning Ragnarok Online. They're back now, but it's going to be funny. So that was a thing that a lot of people migrated out onto different servers and such. But then an interesting thing happened. Basically, there was kind of a big shift in terms of how, behind the philosophy of servers. So now the two main groups are servers that try to actually keep developing the game. Like, they have classic Ragnarok Online, pre-renewal in it. But they're, reworking and rebalancing the classes, changing mechanics, just to make it, a newer, like, the game fresh again, iron out the problems it had, because the thing is a mess, Maybe do your own dungeons, maybe some unique monsters. It's like, there's a genuine wave of people who want the game to be good and actually achieve things that the main developers couldn't do because of, the constant team and the developers, the publisher changes, and the fact renewal happens. So like pre-renewal development is just cut off and such. So that's cool.
Yeah, there was one bigger server of that kind, but the owner got doxed, and so
yeah. And then there's now the second type of servers. They're selling NFTs.
Yes, you can also monetize your game progress and sell it to other players.
It's just so fucking funny. It's just literally one part is legit just they have love for the game and want to make it better and turn it into like a newer vision, and there are a bunch of them, and the other part is just the grift economy.
You've left one big divide out, which it's pretty much in the same vein, like the NFT free-to-play high-rate servers.
Yeah.
Versus we want to remake the game in interesting ways with the same spirit. They have also generally the same divide there, and that's the quote-unquote, very sarcastically, quality of life crowd. That's multi-boxers, aka several characters at once.
Yeah, playing at once. That's the key part.
Yeah, several characters playing at once. Job changers, healers, warpers.
Yeah, that's
lots of things to quote-unquote have quality of life. Even though it's technically killing the game. It's like a single-player MMO at that point.
Yeah, it's just a bit weird, but that's more like... I think that one is, ironically, for the last development, just becoming more and more mute, because like all this stuff you talked about, that's on the NFT servers, because they just care about that shit.
There is a divide between those two groups, and ironically, it's pretty much also at the same spot as the NFT servers and the non-NFT servers. Otherwise, there's still the low-rate, high-rate divide, as you talked about, because lots of people are like, I don't have the time. Meanwhile, I'm like, I'm not in a guild, I can't level fast, I don't have access to castle stuff. I'm still having fun though.
Yeah. I mean that it's just what I wanted to point out more, the ideological divide, because like it was always a business thing going on in those private server scenes, but like it is just so stark because now it's like, we're on a small server with like just 20 people active around the time, but people, the people working that like write whole dev diaries on how they want to improve everything and what their visions are, and you're like, wow, there's passion there. And then, yeah, you just have the fucking griftonomy. What the fuck? And they're all failing, but they just keep relaunching and trying. It's like, how are people... why? Why is this why? It's just pure garbage versus passion. It's like, holy shit. I mean, gaming right now is pretty depressing anyway. Not to say that. Like, it's like, to a degree, I know why stuff is happening. Like, I know people are saying the industry is failing. Not really. Like, it's in a bad spot because, let's just be real, a lot of people at the top are way too fucking stupid to see why it happened or what is the solution. Also, there's just plain cruelty at play. Like, here's the thing. For example, Polygon being sold to like a search engine optimizing company with like in the middle of the doing a new union contract. Oh wow! I wonder why the people did that. Did they want to keep their magazine, maybe rework it, or did they just want to get rid of union people? Because I know that some people don't probably forget that, but Activision was sold to Microsoft literally to get rid of the union people. Do not forget that. They still failed in some areas, but there was a way bigger movement there. And a lot of them got literally laid off and crushed by Microsoft instantly. It's just, yeah. And people were just accepting that with like absolute glee. And it's like, are you all stupid? Anyway, but yeah, I mean, the problem is just that the gaming industry was just... Let's just be real here. The gaming industry was bloated, but before it was able to self-correct, COVID happened. And here's a big problem. COVID supercharged it to a degree over the edge. Because, like, okay, not only COVID happened, but also Elon Musk happened. There's like a lot of factors that factored into that, but here's the thing. The gaming industry is like the one sector of media, entertainment media, that grew so much over the last decade than nothing else. Period. Nothing compares to that. It is so ridiculously big. And we all saw that. Like, since the launch of the PS4, that console generation, like the PS4 was massive in terms of especially video game sales and who got pulled in. It is huge, and then the live service, some of the live service games went huge. It's like, but also a lot of single player series went huge, and it all got reinvested into into the whole thing. So the industry just boomed. It got bloated, and now it is just over bloated because it's plateauing. This doesn't mean people don't want to buy video games. So it's like one of the things I will dispute with people. If you're poor, you still want to buy video games. Just when and how you acquire them changes. Yeah. That's like a very, very crucial thing to keep in mind. A lot of people do not buy games at launch anymore because they can wait. So, ironically, emotional attachment to games is way more important, and also, don't bloat budgets. Which happened a lot because let's just also be clear here. There are a lot of people that got into positions in the gaming industry due to connections, not because they knew what they were doing. If you look at studios that could, kept talent, didn't have, a chaotic development time, and didn't need bloated budgets, well, you suddenly look at games that are pretty successful, actually. Like, good example last year, games like Metaphore Fantasio or Astrobot, or basically all the Yakuza games, they're like, they don't need to sell a lot. They sell like 2 to 3 million titles and they make bank. Because they're not going over budget and over time. Meanwhile, if you look at, for example, Dragon Age the Veilguard, a game that, and I need to stress that, by the way, didn't even have that big of a goal to get to. Like, it was like 2 to 3 million sold copies. That should be doable. Fell a bit short, which wasn't even like the big impact. The big impact of that year was actually the FIFA game. I don't know how it's called now. The FIFA game falling short. So, that was a bigger problem. But anyway, and even now, people keep buying it. Like, they actually put the game on sale pretty fast, and they keep selling titles. But, like, that's the thing. Okay. Yeah, a lot of the studios are bloated, they're unfocused, and, like, the layoffs are not that surprising. They're bad, but they're not that surprising. It's just everything is slimming down. The biggest problem is more like, yeah, technically, if everyone would actually work to have, smaller studios, smaller scope, and more sensible deadlines, whoop-de-fucking-do, the thing would be more profitable, but they're not getting off the big money train anymore, And as I said, a lot of people are not buying at launch anymore, because especially, like, in Europe, you can still buy a few games at launch. That's doable, we did it. And we're not exactly rich, but, like, Europe, you're much more stable. USA, sales. No way around it. I'm sorry. It's just, you're not gonna buy a lot of stuff at launch if you, again, don't have a big emotional attachment to it.
Yeah, like, I never played Dragon Age in the first place, so
I still want to get to it.
I heard
it's good
the what position did she have? I think director.
The director, yeah.
Yeah, she said that she likes the Final Fantasy XII Gambit system, and then the trailers came, and the combat system seems, for my taste, underdeveloped, and there is no Gambit system. And
yeah, it's a big skill tree, but yeah.
Yeah, but not that big. Didn't saw much really interesting things, and the first gameplay they showed was so much catered to, not catered, but like cinematic.
Yeah,
I hate cinematic.
You want your RPGs to be dry and about stats.
Yes, and then I talk to people, but no cutscenes, please, if possible.
Bars should be filled, not action buttons be
Bars
pressed.
should be filled. People should do drugs.
Okay.
Skoma is fun. Like, the more mundane stuff.
Yeah, I know.
Like Gothic.
Gothic is great. I will definitely stream that at some point. It's just I need to get to it. Sorry. I actually have a way to mod it. I just need to see if I can get another modded version running, so I can actually change some stuff. So you have to so there is like the English text but German voice acting, because I will not use the Around 20 minutes left on Helldivers 2. Oh wow. Yeah, we could definitely do 1 or 2 Helldives then, if that's okay with everyone. But Ryan says he could do 1 or 2 Helldives maybe.
Sure, we can do it on the side.
Nice. Yeah, it's just it is operating downwards, the game industry right now, but it's also just mismanaged. Let's just be real here. Like, there's a lot of stuff where I could say, listen, if you would have all planned better, you could have spun so much off into smaller studios and have smaller projects going on, which would have been just so much more sensible. But I don't think the gaming industry will, collapse, because here's the thing. It had to get big anyway. It's like, it's just similar to the movie industry. People, people won't stop watching movies. Just what they are watching changes. Like, the MCU is failing. Blood and Sinners is doing really well. And similarly, I would say, the budget games are gonna rise up now. I can already tell you, one reason why Claire Obscur is aside from apparently being really good, haven't played it, but it's I think it's $45. That's cheap. That's suddenly in the range where a lot of people could say, I can plan around that. That's doable. So yeah, you have a relatively cheap game. People would also buy it on launch. Similar, that's also why I can see why, for example, why was Helldivers 2 so popular at launch? It was $40 for a co-op game where you could do a lot of goofy shit. It was something new. People got invested. It was social, and then people looked at the price and were like, wait, I'm getting a full game for $40? That's cheap. Yeah. By the way, Ryan, do you want to join the call? Yeah, I mean, you should also not buy it because Microsoft is supporting the genocide in Gaza, but, that's a different story. God, I hate the fact that some people just... You know what? If anything, I'm getting confronted right now again with the fact that there are people who are just not having any fucking principle again. Because, they're having a bundle now on Humble, and I was like, hey, don't do that. People are like, but you can't just not give them money with the slider on Humble. It's like, hey, boycotts, the point is not to not give the company money. The point is to, devalue their product. Cut off their marketing. It's kind of pathetic that there are so many people who are like, I used the slider of and Humble, I didn't give them money, I am absolved of anything. It is kind of amazing how,
I don't think many people think about that it's about more than just not getting them money.
I get you. Oh, by the way, do you have a picture I can put up for the chat? I just realized I don't have one for you. I can make a cutout or a PNG if you want. Just need one. If you can send me one really quickly. It's just anyway, if anything, it's always just kind of amazing to watch. Amazing, but also just depressing to watch that, the moment something is a little bit uncontroversial online, it's people look for absolution, and it's why do you come to the people just stating the facts? It's as if they really just are there to... It's just there's just some people really looking for absolution for the people who are don't do this. But what if I do this? Can I then, maybe do it? And no. By the way, I can. Hello. Welcome to the chat. I do need again a PNG of you.
PNG of me. I'll tell you what. I have the actual PNG of my.
Oh, that's perfect because then your avatar lights up when you talk.
I did this myself for my Twitch.
Nice. Great. That's perfect.
It's funny. It's literally a photo of my face that I drew clown shit on.
Do you know what? Perfect. Okay, let me just really quickly...
Helldivers just tried to FOMO me again.
Oh god. Okay, yeah.
It's a really interesting... I don't know if duality is the right word. Remember how lots of people complain about Payday 2 and their DLCs?
Oh yeah.
Okay, It's something you can buy at any time if you want more content, and you support the devs.
And it's permanent.
It goes on sale frequently.
Yeah, it goes on sale pretty frequently, even pretty large sales.
Yep.
So that's one thing. But people, I don't think many people say it openly, but in general, if you ask them if they're against exploitation, they would probably say they're against exploitation, right? But Helldivers kinda has to rely on whales to finance itself.
Yeah, it's like
For real, if you play the game actively, you don't need to buy super credits, yeah? In general, you don't need to buy super credits. But if you do not play enough, you can only store 250 medals. So lots of the community orders that get completed will get over your store limit, and so it induces FOMO.
It is a FOMO mechanic, yeah.
One that it could easily remove. So, but people are like really loud. Oh, this has such a good monetization model. I'm thinking like, you just find that the game is paid for by a small number of people who probably don't even have the money and should spend that money. Like,
yeah, that's always the thing when it comes to monetization. Like, I think I would say, how's it called? Brain. The whales are kind of the elephant in the room, if you know what I mean.
No. What do you mean?
I mean, I can kind of see what you're saying. The practice itself is kind of predatory.
It is predatory. Like, I get why they're doing it, but like, I think the sad part is just this, that a lot of people care more about the optics to the outside than what is actually happening. And it's like, okay, listen. Like, for example, when it comes to, for example, Helldivers 2, I'm actually not really that much going, oh, it's the worst or so. No. It's more like,
worst.
Not by a long shot. Like, holy shit. That's like, that would be completely bullshit to say that. But the thing is, it's sleazy to a degree, you know?
I mean, it's, how expensive is it? €40 game.
Yeah.
With free-to-play mechanics.
Yeah.
And that's... Well, they kind of have to, in regards to how the storyline unfolds and such, that everyone has access to everything.
It's just,
like, if you ask me, they can remain, they keep the super credits, but make them only farmable. Remove the cap of the medals. And if you still want for like real money transactions, you can just look at the warband and see how much money they want for it and then buy it or not. That would be way more transparent, but obviously it would also reduce the number of people falling for it.
Yeah, it's like, they could just be on, they could just be in the store, but they aren't. And it's like, like, that's the weird part, because...
Yeah, and we know how this way of monetization developed, because people noticed if you put in a currency between the actual monetary value, people dissociate that. At least certain subset of people do.
Yeah.
I for example, will start to meticulously calculate how expensive it actually is.
It's always it's always just kind of
That's the point.
interesting that
they specifically target people vulnerable to that kind of behavior, and that's kind of shitty.
Yeah, and like, again, I think the big problem is more like, oh look, we we don't have this long list of DLCs in the on the Steam page, and I feel like, why is that a problem? Like, I think that is probably the weirdest framing I have ever seen in terms of video games, as like, oh, there's a lot of stuff you need to buy for the game. Like, first of all, No. Like, okay, let me put it like this. I do think a lot of games should probably be more clear with. There should be a bit more guidance about on what is actually like kind of a good thing to have with your game, because let's just look at the Paradox Interactive games, okay? Like the idea is you should play the base game, but there are definitely some expansions where you're like, yeah, they're kind of essential to a degree, you know, because they come out and they're so good and everyone's like, yeah. Like, we all know, for example, with Crusader Kings 2, everyone's like, get the old gods, get the Islam one, you know the drill.
Way of life.
Way of life. Those are the important ones, but like...
I can think of one game really springs to mind in this sort of vein as well, Stellaris.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you haven't seen Stellaris' like DLC list,
I see that it's...
challenge you right now, go look at Stellaris'
Yeah.
DLC list.
I mean, it's no pain.
EU4 as well.
EU4 has like several DLC guides on Reddit,
Yeah.
which I made extensive use of.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's probably one of the most interesting things, because I think that there is a big problem on that regard, because okay, there we go, it works.
It's like hard to decide which is essential, and you don't want the company to do that because you generally shouldn't trust the company marketing their own stuff.
Also, like if you're talking about games with like massive amounts of DLC, which are just optional and just pick whatever you want, Train Simulator.
Yeah,
Train
that's true.
Simulator has literally like 5 digits worth of DLC, so it's
insane.
Not meant to buy everything. You just go, okay, you know, this is a train that I like, or this is like a route that I like. I don't really know how it's portioned out, but like you pick like specific things that you want, and then you buy those, and you just don't get the rest. Like like I say, it's not you're not intended to buy literally 5 digits worth of DLC. Like literally, you can't play all that.
There's also the thing about, you know, if you look at Europa Universalis, for example, the game is from 2013. If people are like, oh, they're so greedy because this long list, and I'm like, you know that this is just like a lot of shit that developed over like a long period of time, which isn't that bad if you bought like one expansion every 1 or 2 years or so. It's like, yeah, like for example, and now they're on sale. So like, oh no, what you want to have Conquest, Wealth of Nations? That's $3.
Same with Payday.
The thing is also what you have with like EU4 and with the Stellaris as well. You have like different kinds of DLC. Like you have, you know, the big expansions with like lots of features. Then you have smaller DLCs that like in EU4 or like region packs, region flavor, and in Stellaris like species packs and such. And then you have the cosmetic stuff, which sort of, you didn't really have that for Stellaris. You had the species pack, but they've been adding stuff to that. But like for EU4, you have and for older games as well, like Hoi 3, I think EU3 as well. Like, you know, this is just you get some new unit models and some other graphical stuff that has like no gameplay effect, but it's just it's cheap. But you get some graphical stuff. There's these like different, like I said, just different types of DLC. Of course, you don't have to get everything. You can get.
I'm just looking what we could maybe do here. Maybe
Have you invited everyone?
No, Ryan still downloads.
Oh.
I've got 4 minutes left.
Yeah, that's what I wanted.
Okay.
4 minutes left, apparently.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Illuminati are back. I don't.
I can drop in on you guys. It'll be fine.
Oh yeah, we can see that.
I need you to add me on Steam. Is the only thing.
I don't have you on Steam. Wait.
No, you don't.
Oh no. Oh no.
Let's change that.
So,
You're not
Ryan,
Spike, I suppose.
Give me 1 minute. I'll DM you my friend code.
Who the fuck is the one? Who's the one friend in common? Why the fuck does this person send me an I hate people.
In common? Who?
No, not someone else. It is someone else. I ignore them. Ignore them.
With
Okay.
the seal of the Orichalcomylosis?
It's the seal of the Earl Calcamalosis.
What does that sound like? It's about to turn into a drum and bass dance.
I don't. Have you ever seen Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged?
Yes, I have.
That's from the newer stuff.
My god. That show.
Yeah, that's from the
the
seal.
old stuff is like really you get the early 2000s
Baby
vibes.
Pharaoh hungry.
Wah,
But,
wah.
The more modern it got, Little Karibo got a lot better with his humor.
Oh yeah, it's just slow releases now, and it's
Say
kind
the
of
same thing about Hellsing Abridged though.
yeah, that's
Like,
true.
Yeah.
Oh, that was so good. Team 4-Star did such a good job. On
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, it's kind of sad that the abridged times are over. I'm still like, here's the
I
thing.
don't know. Sword Art Online Abridged is still coming out.
It's
Yeah.
it's fine.
The 18th episode was really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, we watched that. It's really not that bad. It's just I think my biggest problem is more like what I really find it sad is just like I know why it's slow, but like, come on, you're like actually at a very fun mini arc, and like it's such a slow drip of content. It's just. I want more Yu-Gi-Oh!
like-
Abridged. I mean, I'm still sad that Naruto Abridged is dead, even though I know totally why he can't.
I need to go and watch that actually.
Here's the thing: you either love it or you hate it. It's like it fries your brain because, oh god, okay. For everyone who doesn't know, Naruto Abridged was like
Satirical meta commentary on a bridged series.
yeah, because basically Little Karibo was kind of done with like a lot of the very low effort abridged series that just tried to copy him. Do we want to do some automatons?
Sure.
Like he was just done with that.
Space Vietnam.
Yeah, it's on the moon now though. I can invite you first. And so he basically made a low effort series of a show he doesn't know, and it was Naruto Abridged. It's bad, but holy shit, are there some iconic lines because they're just so dumb. I am not David Bowie.
There's everything bad from every bad abridged show you ever heard.
Yeah, and Naruto has lung cancer because he's a chain smoker. It's such a shit show. It is so bad. I'm like, you just. That's the problem. When you make something intentionally bad, but you're so good at making shit bad, it loops back to being good again. Ah, that is just yeah. That's Naruto Abridged. And it even contains one line I am not allowed to say it said anymore because it literally fried Agonia's brain. And you know what the biggest problem is? It's kind of a casual line I might drop actually by accident. Yeah. Wonderful. Landmine.
You can just say it differently.
Yeah.
On a topic of media, I have finished Gu Daoist Master
Oh, it's actually through with it?
before the forced hiatus from the CCP came. Yes,
Ah, yeah, he pissed off the CCP, I remember.
and there was also some other stuff he was involved in with like weird financial interests and.
Okay, why are there so many online authors that are getting mixed up in tax fraud shit? Why
Well, tax fraud, it was like more stock stuff.
Why is it always something
And
like
he
that?
promoted polygamy, and the CCP didn't like that. But I don't know what they exactly mean by that.
Ah,
And the CCP didn't like that. You could say that about a lot of shit.
yeah. I mean,
It's like, does that really narrow it down?
the funniest. Oh god, it's so funny because like, okay, Good House Master is like the white. Okay, I don't know if you know about the whole chancha genre with cultivation and stuff. Like, it's in there, but it's also just
It's kind of its own thing. Yeah.
yeah. Oh,
Gotcha.
God damn it! It's its own thing because like it is a Chancha novel, but also it happened. It developed out of the. Okay, so basically, the author kind of had a hatred for people who went like, oh, look, I have an evil person. He was like, those are not evil. You all are not writing evil people. You're lame. This is lame.
Bad villains.
I should actually write an actual villain. Like someone who's generally shit. And, actual selfish. And, and so he did. And the guy is amazing. He just keeps on doing horrible shit. And everyone's just like, yay. He's our little shithead. And I love him. He's amazing. He's just... Like,
He's our little shithead.
yes, he is. I mean, okay, here's the thing. It also works out because, like, the thing is, in the cultivation world, he grows up in the clan. And the clan structures are basically structured around, let's just, boost
Family politics.
family politics, and the best one gets all the resources. And the thing is, you have like an aptitude and like how good you are at at cultivation, but also knowledge and resources are also just very important. And it turns out, because the protagonist, he kind of reincarnated into him. Like he just jumped back in time as he died.
So far, so normal.
So far, so normal. And the thing about his story is that basically he's just kind of average in terms of his aptitude, even though everyone thought he was bigger. And his little brother is actually, very talented. So the interesting part about this is now he actually has all his memories still, and he's... Well, how should I put it in the best way? He's using that to outplay everyone. Like, the beginning is just his clan being shit, and he just constantly just fucks them back, basically. Like, basically he's cultivating, and like one person is like, oh, to their servant, you need to disrupt him, so he can't have a breakthrough. And, he just straight up kills the servant, and then puts the body at the back door of
Parts of the body
at the back door of the people that sent him. So, and they're like, yeah, he basically tells you right now he doesn't want to make it this thing, so better drop it. So like, he really outplays them on a cultural level. That's just very interesting to see, because
also they were alone, so you can basically claim anything.
Yeah.
That's also the thing.
Whoops. What should I pick here? I totally forgot what to pick. I should probably just take the laser cannon, yeah. Mortar. Sure. Autocannon sentry, yes, gimme.
There is a huge part of me that wants to bring the plasma sniper rifle, even though I know it's utter garbage.
Yeah, sadly. When it came out, everyone's like, yeah, it maybe has potential. And it's like, no. No, it's just sad.
So that was wrong.
That was very wrong, actually.
But maybe there's a... No. Go sit in the corner. Think about how wrong you are.
Sad. But yeah, good house master. It's one hell of a ride. Like,
I think we could actually switch to big armor for that one, right?
Yeah, fair point. Like, there's also stuff like, oh hey, let's just how's it called? It's like, this thing here gives people better how's it called? Cultivation.
Aptitude, you mean, probably.
What?
You mean probably aptitude.
Aptitude, but like, it's the thing with the twins.
Which twins?
The one he burned.
Oh, that was for goo refinement, actually.
Oh yeah, he refined the goo and he burned some twins and just kicked them back in the fire. Then was like, well, I better fuck off. And like the mother.
Yeah, their mother was behind him, chasing him, so he had to be fast. He's basically a guy. He has a goal and he will do
anything to get that. This doesn't mean that he's just blind. It's just like if murder is good at that point, he does it. If it's not, he won't do it. So he's not acting stupid. He's very rational. That actually makes it very interesting. Apparently he flicked some balls and that actually disgusted everyone.
Yeah, apparently most readers were like, oh yeah, he's doing some murder. Oh no, he flicked ancient desolate beast's balls.
It's just some beast balls and he flicked them and everyone's like, why are you doing that? And it was like after a lot of murder.
I know why he did that, but...
Yeah. I kind of respect, media that was, how's it called? Created in spite. Oh my god, what?
You're already here.
Yeah.
Be afraid. Don't stand in front of the autocannon. It's a stupid idea.
I wasn't in front of it. It just appeared.
I'm going to go.
Oh, yeah, have a good night.
Good night.
Oh well. Yeah.
I think that the clap of my clown shoes are drawing them to us.
The autocannon died.
It's okay, I have a World War II rifle.
Oh yeah.
That will surely help.
Oh my god, that's a tank. Okay.
I definitely should go. Oh, what? Why is there so much fire?
That's what I'm wondering. I'm just getting hammered by shit.
Oh, no, I'm dead.
Oh, it's those fire troops.
Yes.
Ah, it's these guys, okay. I've taken out one of the tanks.
Is the fucking fire coming from their crotch?
Who knows? We don't want to start a conversation about fucking fire.
No, I'm not. It's just...
Always the most interesting topics whenever I look at your stream.
Hey!
No, the bullets would help. Jeez. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, you also just missed my really bad French accent. Then again, by the way, for everyone wondering, yes, it was intentional. I'm
just not getting a break.
God damn it. Ah, fuck.
Good God.
I am not prepared.
Me neither.
God.
Throw your laser, that helps.
Okay, well, it's the big boy down. No.
Yep.
Apparently you killed me, yeah?
Oh, okay.
While being dead. Into the tank! Doesn't work. No, I'm on the tank.
Tanks don't care. Oh my god, I don't know how we did it, but we did it.
Works somehow. Okay, he died.
Burning. I definitely should have. I think we should definitely think about getting fire-resistant armor.
Mayhaps.
We need to come up. Oh.
You still
Yeah.
alive?
No. He did.
I was very dead.
Yeah,
Got hit
I.
by some sort of shotgun and was just down.
Oh god, is it? Where's the? Oh, it's down here. Oh, I'm running there.
Running!
Running.
Wait a bit. Or not.
I am waiting. Let's get in. Okay, we somehow made it out. Fire squads. We should have definitely gone for fire-resistant armor.
I didn't notice.
I don't think fire is.
You know what? I should have noticed.
Yeah, not much.
Since they were talking about the fire corps and other strains resurfacing, which is like, oh yeah, those are totally the big thing, and not the ARG that just launched. Because, by the way, I don't know if you saw the map. The Illuminates have been wiped out. We won. That faction just showed up and we totally kicked their ass. And this is why the new Warmont is all about celebrating that we won. What do you mean ARG in the background?
We saved the city!
You know what the funniest part about that is? They have an ARG currently going on, and one of the pictures they have is if you mirror it, it's, you know, the camera angle in Halo Reach, you know, right before the ships happen, if you know what I mean.
Right, I get you.
Yeah,
Make
it's like
it count.
it's like nice little reference. We all know what is going to happen.
What's the next mission then?
Retrieve and transmit vital research data. And then afterwards we can just spread some democracy. But first, I actually have to go to the toilet now because it's late.
What are you thinking?
Oh wow! I have GM today.
Hey, you know what this means? This means we can hijack Nia's stream for ourselves.
Oh yeah, you can do that if you want to.
We're being unsupervised.
I don't know what they're saying. Have fun.
I was drinking a cola. But that was supervised. If it's cola.
I'm drinking a cider. No one can stop me.
Not even the cider police.
Nah. It's my right as an Englishman. They should call me Hongsy the Alcohol Cloud. On a real note, I was considering doing some mead brewing.
Oh,
I figured that could be fun.
it can be.
I need to figure out what I'm actually going to do with it.
You can drink it. You can put it on something or someone or into someone.
I feel like putting it on someone would be a waste.
Depends.
Well, I don't have anyone it would be particularly fun to coat in mead, so...
Then you could make it for them to drink.
This is true. This is true. I more meant like what I'm going to put in it, like what I'm going to make it with.
So you already know how to do it, just not how to do it exactly.
I know how to do it. I just don't know what I want from it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, like the
Like,
specifics, basically.
Yeah, like, do I want to put, like... Do I want apple mead? Do I want cherry mead? Like, what kind of flavors are gonna come through? It's gonna be a lot of fun, but it's gonna be one of those things. I'm gonna test it. I'm gonna do it for like 3 months, and then it's gonna come out, and I'm gonna try it, and I'm gonna go, well, that was shit, or that was great. I'd do that again. You know?
That's kind of how mead brewing works, or any kind of longer fermentation.
Yeah. But trying to decide what flavors I want is interesting. There was one guy who managed to make mead with a monster, which was terrifying. And then he took that mead to New Zealand and they distilled it into moonshine. So it had monster flavored moonshine, which was horrifying.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Apparently it tasted great, but...
I mean, he's drinking moonshine. It's like...
I've had moonshine before, and I can tell you it's definitely an acquired taste.
Probably. Same with, like,
Well, it's
absinthe.
Oh, I love absinthe. Absinthe is so good.
Doesn't it have, like, a licorice taste? Or
Yeah. It's got a very anise flavour to it, like star anise. Comes forward very, very strongly.
Well,
If you like, I don't know if you would have had these in Germany because I don't know if they'd be over there. But there's a sweet called blackjacks. They're like licorice, but they're a little bit more of a anise forward, like sweetened black licorice.
Yeah, I'm actually like very picky and like I know about alcohol and stuff more like in a theoretical sense because even a slight bit of alcohol and I have like how's it called?
Stomach problems.
Yeah, basically stomach problems.
Yeah.
So I can't really drink it.
Yeah. It's like I don't know. It's more like we have a bunch of licorice here, but like it's divisive. It's definitely like, you know.
You know?
No, I get you.
Yeah. So either people hate people like it or they really hate it. Yeah, I was like, hey, I could use that SMG again. It's kind of sucks that there's only like a few good one-handed SMGs in this game. You know, explosive.
Yeah. I always feel compelled to take like the really good weapons, and then I sit here and I'm like, no, I'm taking the Constitution rifle because
I mean, they're putting in another DMR next time, so I hope this one is gonna be.
I'm not sure I'm gonna use it.
I get you. I get you.
Just not really worth it. The Constitution rifle is just funny to me, which is why I used it.
I get it.
When they added it, I actually went on bayonet charges with like full teams of people using it. It was very funny.
Yeah, I mean, they had it in the first game anyways, before, so they just continuing the joke. It's just, at that point, I just wish they had like, I said this in another stream, but like, I really think this game would profit if they had multiple weapon manufacturers all with their own themes. Because like, right now we just have like a lot of variants of guns and not like, it's just more like, oh, hey, if you would, you know, put them under a few, you know, under a few rough design concepts and such, you could do a lot of stuff with that. Like, you know, one that just does more, you know, futuristic weapons, you know, plasma, laser and such. One that does more, you know, looks at more contemporary. One that does old stuff, stuff like that. You could really diversify it, but
they just turned the game around a few months ago. Like, okay, half a year ago.
I shouldn't be. Yeah, I know, but like, it's just an idea. What I think that would actually add a lot of. It would add a bunch of, you know, charisma to it if you had like different manufacturers of things. Okay. Well, always nice to do a bit of stuff
You're
before that
kind
ends.
of hoping for a more Borderlandsy approach to the weapons.
Not only that, like, actually, here's the thing. The Borderlands stuff, I think, is actually a good example, because I think they really made it interesting in terms of there's always, like, a bit of, unique spin on some guns, and, there's a reason they keep some of them coming back. But, like, I'd say, Call of Duty also did that with Infinite Warfare, as in, you had some... Oh, nice. We're literally besides the cockroach.
Seems that something's taking exception to our presence.
You know what? I'm like, just... Damn, I nailed that one. It's just 2, but, taking it. Where do we want to go?
To the south.
I landed in the perfect place for the guy with the anti-material rifle.
Oh, well. Oh,
Hulks?
Hulk.
Well, I can do this. No, it didn't work.
Oh, God! No, the Hulk is dead.
No.
The Hulk is dead.
Okay.
It's just they're fire troopers here. Oh, there's a bunker. That's why I stood in the middle of nowhere. But yeah, I think, it would add a bit of stuff, because, like, what do we have here? Medals, rare samples, medals. Ah, well.
Big rare.
Because, like, I think, in the last stream, I've actually went over, a few things where I was like, they could steal that from Call of Duty. As in,
problem?
stratagems and stuff. What is your problem?
The enemies in front of us is my problem.
Oh. Have you considered orbital laser?
Yes, but I don't want to.
Oh, okay. Shit, I'm dead.
So am I. I don't know what hit me there.
There's an annihilator tank, and maybe we should get rid of it.
Whatever that, airstrike was, I think, is what hit me.
There we go. Whoa! I think I need reinforcements very soon. Oh god, that's a clip for the ages. The near space program is going well.
Oh dear.
But yeah, it's always kind of interesting to look at stuff like that, because I think theming is kind of a bit... they're just kind of lacking with that right now, and... We'll see how this turns out.
Now then.
Okay.
Killed all of that. Am I going to be able to get my equipment back off the ridge line?
Where's the,
You have to call in the SSD, I think.
No, we have to take it.
There.
It will have
there we go.
opened a little vent.
Oh, so you need to bring it to there.
Mm-hmm.
Then let's go. But yeah, there is just one idea they could do, because like it's a good system in my opinion. Just being like, okay, hey, we have some, you have some bit more variety in how they build. Like, for example, could just be simple as one manufacturer just keeps doing bullpups and another one isn't. Like, we already have, someone doing, we already have like old weaponry.
Left.
Oh yeah, right. That's good to tell me that. Oh, should we destroy the facility?
You can do that if you want. Well, like I can probably too. There.
Oh.
It's not like you need an airstrike for that. Oh, there's a big tower. That one you can try to destroy.
I don't think that's working with the eagle.
No, not with the eagle, but you can try.
I will definitely
Use
go
the hell
and
bomb.
yeah.
Because we do not want dropships here.
Yeah. That's just one idea. I mean, I think I was also like, there's some interesting ideas I think they could copy from some, again, from some kill streaks and stuff, because... Oh yeah, for example, we have like, small drones flying. They could also have like big drones, walking and such. That would also be neat. Or moving shield drones and stuff. There's just a lot. But yeah, you shouldn't be near the facility. Just saying there was a hell bomb there. I think there's another one right there. Oh.
Just getting swarmed by gunships.
Yeah, I'm destroying the other one.
Can you reinforce them? You can have...
Oh, cool either way.
Objective critical stratagem available. Sub-objective in your vicinity.
I'm slowly working my way into the facility. Luckily I have the explosive crossbow.
Okay, now we need to run. Run.
Clear the area.
Easily done.
Running is easy. Oh, there's a water texture clipping. Oops. I think something didn't work out.
Yeah.
That is not good. Wait a second.
I got it.
Wait, Evan. I should place it besides one of the towers. What the fuck?
We don't want it nearer, otherwise it can't
Wrong
land.
one, boss.
Oh no, it is there.
I got the terminal.
Now.
Clear the area.
Oh yeah, you saw the water glitch. Whoops. There we go.
One step closer to mission completion.
I still have 2 gunships on you.
Yeah,
Kind of supplies and stuff overrun.
there we go.
And laser cannon is a really good all-rounder.
I absolutely adore the laser cannon. It's like so good against most. Okay, against Illuminate, great. Against a bot, great. Against a bugs, no, use the Quasar cannon in my opinion, because the things you want to actually murder with it, better to do with Yeah, I mean, I didn't put in like a bit of a weaker one because it's late and I don't know how long we want to do. But yeah, the Illuminates, they're probably gonna have like a big invasion soon, so yeah, it's gonna be interesting.
Gonna be good fun.
I mean, also probably gonna be horrible because
an entire moon glitch out like no tomorrow. That's
Oh.
weird.
do we have something
Help
here?
me.
I don't think so. Okay.
Ah, help me. I think it's gone.
What?
Great. Thank you.
I'm collecting some things. Oh yeah, the moon is glitching. Damn. What the hell is on...
We're in a simulation.
You know what? Wouldn't surprise me if there is like a big reveal of it was a lie.
So we're actually still in selection for Hell Diver training.
I mean that, or you know, I don't know. You know, we actually, you know, Super Earth actually lost against Illuminate, and they just locked people into like a pocket universe or something.
We're put us in the Matrix.
That would be one hell of an interesting twist, actually. I mean, it could just be a glitch, but it's interesting that these visual glitches keep are currently just so frequent on this map. You know, one of those maps where the generation is probably better.
Sending in an eagle.
Well, should we leave now?
I'm at the extraction point, yeah.
I'm just clearing a large facility.
Why?
You guys can call it.
New mag. Requesting air support.
The fire troopers really explode violently.
And they're fast.
I hate that. Oh,
Calling in extract. Calling down supply. Calling in reinforcements.
Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound.
Oh, for me you're glitching on the floor.
oh,
Look.
interesting.
Yeah.
Is this intentional? Question mark.
They come from the southeast, I think.
And you are slipping and sliding for me. Yeah.
Wow, because that definitely means it's okay, that's
I'm
interesting.
moving away. Okay. Oh, good.
Yeah, no, you're just kind of sliding along the ground like a prone little...
Yeah, the same for Gonya. Is
But not for you.
okay, that fixed it. It was probably
Oh.
why have
Now one big guy turned around.
You will never destroy our way of life.
And it's dead.
yeah.
The airstrikes kill it.
Right.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
This is way too easy.
Yeah, maybe difficulty 6 wasn't the...
Maybe not. It's fun. It's still fun at least.
Yeah, I just didn't want to go all out, sorry.
Yeah, fine. Understandable.
You're all good. I mean, it's kind of that time of night for me where a game is more just background noise while I sit here and talk.
Fair point. But yeah, it just... I think I can see a few things where I could see this game going, but I mean, we also have to consider they are apparently also having just problems with engine, so...
Oh no, you can tell that very easily.
It's
Like,
kind of
technically
interesting.
That has started to set in a long time ago.
I get why they picked this engine, but also it's kind of the wrong engine for, you know.
I mean, it lets them get away with a lot, but at the same time, it doesn't let them do some of the things they're trying to do.
They probably didn't even expect the game to become this big, so.
No, they didn't. The fiasco with the launch and like
The railgun patch.
panic to get servers, like
Yeah, there's like.
pretty much proves they were like, yeah, there's not a fan base for this.
I mean, I'm generally. You know what the interesting part is? That this is like a game that basically just turned so much around because, like. So we have a few things where I said I think this game is kind of interesting because it was like the last time the share button was actually still used to promote a game a lot. Because that's the thing. Shortly afterwards, you know, they turned it like Sony turned it off because, you know, Elon Musk does bullshit and wanted money, and they were like, nope, we're gonna remove that one feature we literally had for your platform, idiot. And it definitely hurt games afterwards. But like,
They should reinstate it for Blue Sky.
oh yeah, they should definitely put it in for Blue Sky. Would be great.
I'd use it for Blue Sky.
Steam should also do that, by the
I actually
way.
went and made a Blue Sky account with everything that's going on with Twitter, and was like, yeah, I hope more people do this.
Yeah, I mean, are you on?
Yeah, I'm on.
Oh,
Blue Sky.
interesting, because I'm posting a lot there. So,
I haven't really been using it. Like, I've just set up in the last week. I've just set up a YouTube account for my Twitch. I've just set up an Instagram account, and I made the Blue Sky account like a while back. It's like I'm gonna do this now so that nobody from the 14 community tries to yank it.
and
out from
understandable. Yeah, I mean, it's honestly kind of interesting because, holy shit, I cannot really say enough how much this feels like old Twitter, like an old Twitter.
Yeah, back before everyone went fucking insane.
It's, I mean, there's like, especially the Elon part, but like, yeah, this is like, especially since the best part about it is just the whole, oh hey, you block someone, they're nuked. It's just, yeah, just do it. Holy shit. Do it and
if
do
you
not.
block someone on Discord, you still have to look at them. Like, oh my god.
It's sometimes just baffling how, like, you know, it's just, oh yeah, you know, one side, you can just nuke someone and they just get removed from conversations and everything, and like, thank you very much. Because I cannot tell you how many times someone is just like coming in with like a bad take or just, you know, something in bad faith, and it's just like, yeah, fuck you. I'm not even gonna entertain that, and I don't want people entertaining it, so bye.
Yeah, no, I 100% get that.
But this also means that
we had to deal with all the time when I was doing all the shit for 14 that I was doing.
yeah, I can totally see that. Like, that's an interesting part because, like, I feel like due to that, like, due to the block being this strong, like, the people who actually are a bit more active on Blue Sky that you can see with, you know, bigger follower accounts and such, who don't, you know, just because there are definitely some people who join and instantly, you know, name search a topic and just have bad takes and like, yeah, nuke them, fuck them. Everyone else, they're usually pretty nice. So that's
Nearly got
oh
him.
fuck, I missed the Hulk by a.
Yeah, nearly. Could have waited a tiny bit, then I could have shot as well.
Damn!
Now you just killed me with that.
But that wasn't me.
You shot the Hulk.
No, that
No.
was me.
Oh,
I landed behind...
Different Hulk.
Yeah, I landed behind the Hulk and was like, revolver quick.
yeah, I needed to still reposition to shoot, then we could have killed it.
Yeah,
It was already turning on my end.
Oh,
I was like, oh no.
well, then nothing we could have done. Yeah, you need to reinforce everyone. Still.
I forgot. I was like, yeah, who's going to reinforce now? Ah, shit, that's me, right?
Quick, land on ya. So I was playing with my friend a while back, and one of our friends had the like portable hell bombs. So he was like handing those out as often as he could, and I had one on my back. And my other mate, John, runs up behind me and activates mine, thinking like, oh, I wonder what this does. So turns it on, and I notice really quickly that like the bastards just activated my hell bomb, and I'm like, oh, you son of a! And I try running away and throwing it down.
Nope.
I end up exploding. I spent the next 5 minutes chasing him with an anti-material rifle, just waiting for the perfect shot.
To the flag.
Yeah. Rare sample.
Acquired.
Okay. But yeah, it's oh, where are we actually? Now I am definitely noticing that it's getting late. Maybe we should actually just stop after this half-life.
Oh, they run into their own mines.
I wouldn't get too close if I were you. That's a walking barrage.
Okay. There's a Hulk over there.
Oh, perfect.
Objective critical stratagem available. Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
Oh, dropships. Wait a second. Let's take care of those.
Broad drop detected.
Nomad.
Yeah.
Where's the flag? IBO opening.
I already dropped the flag. I'm just going.
You as hard as I can, guys.
Yeah, I didn't get the point of my talking in the first place.
Objective critical stratagem available. Sub-objective in your vicinity.
Calling in an elbow. Engaging terminal. Elbow
Damn it.
armed. Clear the area.
Devastator's coming in from the flag. Like 4 of them.
Yep, I see.
Mission progress logged.
I am very dead.
Okay.
Away the liberty.
What? No! They dropped a tank on me. Help!
Make a take on me meme out of it. At least they're reinforced. There are lots of enemies there.
Request approved. Reinforcements
Bloody
on the
hell.
way.
Oh.
Pointing to the enemy.
I killed one. 2 remaining.
No,
We have a
tank had it out for me. Agonia is Nya is a floating torso.
Amazing.
Like a legless floating torso.
Ascension.
Don't you let this beast of freedom.
Again, still supporting the this is all a simulation theory.
Can't liberate with this damn broken leg, so I just get rid of it. No, looks like your injury's finally caught up to you.
Reinforcing.
There you go.
Okay, just focus a bit again. I definitely am feeling the time of day.
Sleepy coming in.
New mag.
Okay. I've managed to reload the heavy machine gun. Very good.
Requesting tac-tac.
I'm dead.
Calling down a support
Oh.
visit.
Yeah.
Hi, Dad. I'm Ryan.
Another person joining me in the bad jokes department.
I'm a clown. It's kind of my entire fucking life.
Yeah, never got to playing clowns, sadly. Ah, well. That's that.
I spent 12 years playing this clown character, and I decided, fuck it, I'm gonna turn it into my VTuber thing.
That's generally a good idea, I would say.
Yeah, if you after 10 years aren't tired of it, good indication.
My favorite character I've ever come up with. I just wish I could translate him into a D&D character well.
I mean, it would probably be kind of a bard, I'd say, but yeah.
It's hard to translate a non-combat
but
class into
it
anything.
like a bard that's like negative intelligence is the problem.
But depending on edition, you can do it.
He was like to kind of describe the character. He was like if Uncle Iroh was a broken clock.
Okay.
Everybody loves Uncle Iroh.
He was a total idiot, but he was incredibly wise, like twice a day, if that.
I mean, yeah.
The most beloved war
here's the
criminal in history of television, I guess.
Exactly.
Is he the most beloved war
No,
criminal?
I don't even think he was a war criminal when you think about it.
Probably not. Like, he worked for the war criminal empire, but he doesn't seem like someone doing war crimes.
Siege and
Like-
stuff.
I mean, yeah,
Siege pretty-
No. He sieged. That doesn't mean he did war crimes while sieging.
Depends on the war crime definition and stuff.
If we talk Geneva Convention,
Yeah,
which
but-
kind of is the one definition of war crimes that we have.
Yeah. Probably wasn't there in the universe yet.
Someone else who did war crimes that is well beloved.
Okay, let's call him a very successful general.
I mean, he was a very successful general.
Yeah.
Air support.
I'm just saying, Uncle Iroh is a very beloved character for doing war.
I mean, he kind of stopped doing war. In
I
the
know,
end.
that's why he is beloved.
Funny, there was a point in Space Station 14 I used to run over to people as Honksy and go, hey, do you want to hear the saddest song in the world? And they were like, go on then. And then I just start screaming leads from the vine at them.
Oh god.
Understandable.
Who would just have their characters like burst out in tears and like break down crying.
You don't even need to repeat that at that point.
Yeah, I get it. Like, that's just. Yep. Nope. That was like. It was.
I also had a musician character who was just a very flamboyant gay man who would like turn up in like the Yakuza like white suit and pink shirt, and he'd like sit there and play the piano at the bar. And I always used to get people like tearing up and saluting whenever I'd play the Halo ODST music.
Amazing. But yeah, it's I get that. Like that song is just. If you know, you know. It's like, that was one hell of an episode. Kino, actually, but, you know, in a very emotional, oh god way.
Yeah, that one was just like, it is Dark Souls Time to Cry edition. Like, purely.
Yeah. It's generally not that easy for converting like non-combat characters into D&D, because in the end D&D is about combat and avoiding combat.
I got the terminal.
At least in the old editions, the good editions.
Even in the newer editions it is. You can make it about something else, but that's not what the system is for.
I got thrown through the jammer.
Interesting. Phantom Path unlocked.
I guess so. Holy shit, are there a lot of glitches this stream.
They did not appreciate the heavy machine gun in the back.
They didn't appreciate the laser to the
No, not on me.
I am leaving.
No! There's still a hell bomb to be armed. And I will do it.
Engaging terminal.
I have reloaded. I am returning.
Bye, have a great time.
Wow, yeah, you're a headless torso. You're torso man. Hero of everyone. Unless it was a female character, then it's torso woman.
I have a female character.
I don't know if it's random in this game or...
I know people flipped out when I played, I think, the Family Guy theme for once. I think it was just like, play something nice, and I did the Family Guy theme, and it just... Yeah.
I never got into that game.
You're not really big into, you know, role-playing in that part.
Yeah.
That's the thing. That's like, there's a really big divide between, you know, roleplay as just, you know, a form of make-believe and roleplay as codified systems.
I mean, it is technically a codified system, but there isn't much progression.
You need intrinsic motivation and to play it, and you're like very much extrinsic. Oh, you know, look at me knowing all the fabulous big words. I know game design.
What you doing?
They're coming towards us.
That's why I put down the sentry.
Yeah, and I still nuked it.
Good idea.
There was a hell bomb there.
Nice.
It was indeed.
Orbital inbound.
I dislike the fire soldiers.
Think water soldiers would be any better?
Probably not.
Yeah, I think
But
so.
like, it's so.
Why
Oh,
does that
hey.
sound like that old Duke Nukem reskin for like summertime?
Oh, that was a
Nukem
great
3D mod
expansion.
Basically turned everything into water pistols and gave everyone like Hawaiian shirts.
Yeah, that was a great expansion, not gonna lie. Had some good levels even.
I think we're safe
I
again.
did a Christmas one as well. I did it.
Yeah.
I have it stuck in my head. It was one of them being like, "It's not nice to kill Santa."
Yeah, but like, sadly, the Christmas one isn't good. The summer one is good. The Christmas one less. But that's the thing with old boomer shooter expansions. Some of them are like, oh hey, this is good, and then some of them are, oh no, who made this? Sunsoft. Anyway, I shouldn't shit too much on Sunsoft. Sunsoft sometimes did good jobs, but sometimes.
At least they
You
have.
want me to run and try and get the escape pod data?
Not really.
It's right there.
Nah,
It's
that's fine.
The shuttle is down now anyway.
Yeah.
Because we called it, it'll wait for us though.
Fair point. Let's get it. Come on. Let's do something. No, don't do it. Don't go there. She's currently turning into. Oh god, we have a problem.
That's just some
You go.
Leroy!
mustard gas or something. I don't know. Pea gas. It's the green one.
The stun gas.
Green gas. Ectoplasm? Maybe?
Maybe. Okay, let's see. Okay.
Shuttle is wobbling.
I'm uploading the data.
Don't play the victory music already, Helldivers. That's just a bad omen.
It's the game trolling us for playing on difficulty 6.
I suppose so. Okay, this is a good vantage point. Do I see the cockrock? I am not seeing the cockrock. No. Could that be?
I love seeing big number when I throw rock.
No cockrock.
At least boomer shooters get more sequels and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Spiritual successors.
The boomer shooter scene
different-
actually has been exploding recently. And it's
Different
great to
from
see.
my specific niche of roguelikes.
We've done it.
I mean, you know, the roguelikes are all having not a bad time recently.
They have. I said my specific niche of
I
roguelikes.
said, yeah.
Because every time they do it, they add in fucking meta progression. And I don't like that in my games. Like, very rarely do I like meta progression.
Fair point. Yeah.
The only recent thing I have is Case of Cut.
I mean, the thing is more like what you don't have a problem with is, you know, maybe unlocking different starting stuff, but not better stuff.
Yeah. Although you could argue that the Necromancer and Tales of Majorel is better.
Yeah, to a degree, but like also the Oozemans are also. It's
Yeah.
already like some are better, some are, but they're trying to be on the same level at least. That's the thing.
Or like waiting for another actual Digimon world.
I mean, maybe they're doing it, but you know, Digimon Survive kinda drained all of their resources for some dumb reason. That was wonderful, I guess.
They were like, oh, we realized like half of our customer base is only buying this one type of game. Maybe we should do more of it. Don't.
Yeah. I don't know. Do you know the difference between the main Digimon games, Ryan?
I know next to nothing about Digimon other
Okay.
than that it's kind of similar to Pokemon.
Not really. Actually, it's more Tamagotchi thing, like Tamagotchi on steroids. As if you know, oh, you raise a pet and then it can fight other pets.
Yeah, I'm not seeing a difference there. The
Pokemon, you don't
raise
raise
a Pokemon
anything.
and then it can fight other Pokemon.
You had like one, the Tamagotchi device, and they were definitely a bit different in that.
They could die.
Yeah, that's the point. They were about to. One of the big points was that they could die. Yeah, it's just okay. Basically, the thing with them is that later they kind of made two types of games.
That Pokemon, you've not really raised them; you just level them up.
Yeah,
like that's kind of the difference mostly.
Yeah, so there's the thing. There was like basically the what happened was there were the Digimon story games that became kind of popular because they were basically they were Persona-like games. They literally had some people that worked on Shin Megami Tensei working on some designs in there, and they got fairly popular actually. And they are the Digimon World games, which was like the actual first game they ever did on the PS1. And the thing is, the Digimon World was like super ambitious. It's also buggy as shit because they had to rush it out. So how should I describe it other than it's kind of an open world game, but with basically pet raising, as in you basically get a Digimon at the beginning, and then you have to actually care about it, feed it, let it poop, tell it when it does something. It's literally like raising it through the different stages, not just it gets XP and evolves. It's like hey, how much discipline does it have? When it misbehaves, you tell it don't do that, or you encourage it do that. That makes it evolve differently. If it's hungry all the time, or if it has a specific amount of weight, different Digivolution. What are the base stats? So you actually have to get it to a training ground and raise stats there, or depending on how you fight, different stat raising there, so on and so forth. So actually, pretty in-depth system in how it can evolve, and after a certain time, it dies, and then you have to start from zero again, so raise another one. And the idea was that you have to rebuild the city in the center of the island, which means you would need to find Digimon just spread out over the island, and maybe some just straight up join, some have requests, stuff like that. It's actually very non-linear and exploratory game, so as said, very ambitious for the time actually.
Sounds a little bit like Dragon Quest, but more involved.
I guess so. It's a fascinating title, and I might maybe stream it at some point. But there's one. Okay, here's the thing. There's this thing called Monochromon's Shop, and I hate it because okay, so basically some of the Digimon have requests before they join the town, and some of them are just mini games. Something like beat me at curling or stuff like that, simple stuff. And one of it is, hey, can you run the shop for me that they have? Which is just simple, make a certain amount of money in a certain amount of time. So Digimon come in, you have to gauge, what do they want, can you overcharge them, can you undercharge them? Something like that. And you probably think oh, that sounds kind of a nice mini game where you can just start reading, okay, what is the preference of a Digimon, etc., etc. It's true random. How the Digimons feel, what they want, etc. is just completely randomized. You could literally, there could be a case where you could overcharge every single Digimon coming in, but they want only the cheap shit, so you never amass enough money. I was on the playthrough that went... What?
I said, oh dear.
Yeah, so here's the thing. Agonia replayed it a while ago. That was I think 2 years or so.
Mm.
And, she got it on the second try or so. She got lucky,
I'm always lucky.
Yeah, and then, I played. And the thing is, I actually had a good time. Then I got to Monochromon's Shop. I forgot how much time I wasted into this fucking abomination. I quit. I literally rage quit because no, the game hated me. I hate it. I just didn't want to be there anymore. So yeah, that's where I stopped. Maybe I get back to it because again, I genuinely like what a lot of the game is doing because it's it's like this absolute fantastic mix of as it's like you have this more open explorations. All the areas of the island are very distinct. Like it's this great pre-rendered 3D pre-rendered backgrounds from the PS1 era that but like just always with this little bit of weirdness to it, because like the digital world is like the whole point of it is like it mirrors the real world, but it's off because the Digimon just don't understand shit. They can't put it into context a lot of times. That was like the main appeal in the original shows that never really came back in later episodes where they just had different Digimon. It's a bit different. So, but like you go through, for example, you go through a forest, and they're just like big power plugs in the ground, but they're just batteries, like erecting like trees instead. That's how it looks like. That the world feels weird, and like the graphics just work with that. But like still, you can just remember some of it. It's such a great game, but just broken. And also, it's just for like a very weird, it's just for like a certain type of weirdos playing it. It's one of those weirdo games. It's like you either love it or you hate it. But if you love it, it's your shit. It's just your fucking shit. And yet they actually made a PSP sequel only in Japan, and they actually made another sequel they ported to PS4, and that one wasn't even that bad. But that it was a PS Vita game, so yeah. But still, it's funny because after that came out, Bandai Namco literally went like, you know what? Interestingly, we literally have two completely different groups of people that like Digimon games. Like,
yeah, they made Digimon World 2 to 4 something, and they're completely different genres.
Yeah, but basically after they did a few of these games, they realized, hey, some people want RPG games, the Persona-style Digimon story games. Some want the world games. And there is little to no overlap between those groups. So they're like, I guess we just have to do both. Then they wasted years and resources on making Digimon Survive, a game that apparently no one wanted. I mean, the thing is, I can see why they did it. Like, the idea of a Digimon, Final Fantasy Tactics-like game with some visual novel elements, that actually sounds good. Apparently it's not even that bad, but
I don't care.
Yeah, it's not. It wasn't what either side wanted, and it just ate the fucking budget of the series. I mean, they're making now a new stories game, so probably a world game is following soon. Who knows?
Yeah, that's the problem. If you do for years no original world game, you kinda lost track of what people actually want.
So, oops. Yeah.
It's funny. You talking about the shop aspect of that game, and like I was having fun, and then kind of reminds me of earlier when you jumped in while I was playing Alien. That hallway I was in with the staircase, I was stuck there for like 25 minutes after you left. So just every time I would go through, and like this tiny little like true random piece of bullshit would happen, and I would just get sent back to the last save point.
Yeah,
like,
I get that. Like, that is probably my biggest problem with the Alien, but like, I have a problem with stalkers in that type of video game anyway, because like, it's so weird how people are like, oh hey, Nemesis in at Resident Evil 3 Nemesis sucked because it was scripted, and I still sit there being like, that was good design. Like, if you play the...
say, because I finished the game now, right? I finished it in that play session, but I actually really like the way the Alien works, and I think it does a good job of representing what a colony of them on a space station would be like if you had any chance of surviving at all. If you are that 1 in 1 million people that wouldn't die on that station, like that's a good sort of look into it. And the way that they handle, because a lot of games, the way stalkers work is like it knows where you are, and it just has like a percentage like error as to where its pathing will take it, is in a way of explaining it.
Yeah.
Whereas the way the Alien does it is like its AI is separated from what the game knows. So the game knows where you are, and then the AI doesn't, and it's given like a clue, and it's like it is somewhere in this area based on the stimuli you've been provided, and then it goes and starts to search, and it narrows down based on what it knows.
Can I pop that bubble a bit? Because some people dug into it. It's actually it just sometimes spawns in your area, and then it's just a really good fake.
That's right, but that's how it's supposed to. You couldn't have it track you across the whole station, because if you were good enough,
Of course not.
Yeah, I know what you mean, but like that's actually this thing where I'm like, I just kind of hate the fact that it's still on like just a spawn timer, and it's just like.
I mean, your problem with stalkers is more like on a different mechanical angle.
I just also kind of hate that the stalkers are not interesting on a second playthrough. You still only hide from them or run away from them. That's just like I heard my big problem with them is just, if you look at Mr. X in Resident Evil 2, he was just kind of a big enemy in the original that you could just maneuver around, and now in the remake it's like, oh hey, you passed 3/4 of the campaign, it's gonna suck now. Oh, you're doing the second run? Yeah, it's gonna suck from the start, fuck you. Why do you mean it sucks? Oh hey, it's a thing that you shouldn't waste ammo on because there's no upside to it. Just stay in the safe room. If you do not want to do a fast run, stay in the safe room. It's like, it's a thing I have with, the problem I have with them. They're a non-choice. It's like, why should I engage with them? Like, I streamed through Resident Evil 8, like, a few years ago. Like, multiple times. Like, I 100%ed that game to hell and back. And literally, one of the jokes was, I entered the castle and it's like, hi, Lady Dimitrescu, bye, Lady Dimitrescu. I just ran past her. It's just, she was such a non-thing in the game, and like, I think the saddest part is saying she's one of the few bearable ones, because like, I can ignore her.
I mean, you could kind of say that about a lot of the enemies in Biohazard as well, though, because you could just sprint past them.
Oh, true, but like, at least in, I'd say it's still a bit more interesting in some regards, because like, you should definitely try taking some of them down, and like, especially in like if you look at 4 or 4 remake, getting a good time, especially depending on where you are, you can't just sprint past them. In some areas, yes, but sometimes you really have to clear them, and there it becomes more often, okay, how do you do that? It's like, okay, you need to actually understand how to engage with the enemies. It's not
Manage
just
resources.
running past. What?
Manage resources.
Manage resources and stuff. It's a balance of, do I want to run? Do I need to fight? And the generators are like actually interesting because, you can't easily kill them. Okay, here's the thing. You know how the generators work in RE4/remake?
Not off the top of my head. No.
Okay.
So it's a game I never really played, but I had a lot of friends who were like really into it. And they spoke for a long time about like, oh yeah, there's so many things you just run right past and just pretend it's not there.
Yeah, that depends. Like, again, depending on which difficulty, like, especially if you want to go for an S+ rank, professional S+, that's like, oh hey, you only have 15 saves and you need to finish it in like, I think, under 5 hours. It's doable, but you definitely need to fight some of them because they will ruin your shit. And that goes for all of the enemies. And that's interesting because the generators are interesting because they're definitely the stalker quote-unquote type in the game, but they're not. Because they're like, oh, you shoot them and you dismantle them and then they regenerate the body parts. Except if you play normally, you find a scope and you just realize, oh, there are some, there's like a special thing inside of their body that you can shoot and then they just die, they don't regenerate. That was already in the first game, so, it's kind of you get an upgrade instead. Here's a clue though. You don't need it actually.
Well, if you just know where the organ is, or where...
If you know where the parasites are, and you have actually a high ballistic penetrating rifle, yeah, or, actually in the remake you can actually just, if you have a fast auto fire gun, you can just shave off the flesh and see it. That's doable. There are a lot of ways around it.
Yeah, you basically your problem is mostly that lots of stalkers are mechanical non-choices most of the time.
And that's what I liked about actually the original Nemesis, which everyone wants to copy, but just kind of forgot how it worked. Because the interesting part about Nemesis was Nemesis just reappeared on multiple times during the story. Also, original Resident Evil 3 has multiple choice routes. I maybe should stream that game at some point. It's on UG. Sure. So, yeah. It has multiple choice routes. But here's an interesting thing. If you decide to fight Nemesis, and that's doable, but it basically is you need to conserve ammo beforehand, you need to know what you're doing, but then you can actually fight it. You actually get upgrade parts for a grenade launcher. So if you actually decide to fight Nemesis, you can slowly build a really good weapon across the game. And that's cool, because you can just ignore him, save resources and time, or fight him and potentially have something down the line that helps you against, for example, the stalkers. Oh, they're literally called stalkers, so yeah. It's actually kind of a cool idea, because it's do you run, do you fight? And
with aliens you can't really do it because of the whole acid blood and stuff, but something to delay them or something?
Oh, okay, let me pose you guys a question then, because they did recently announce Alien 2.
I know. I'm generally interested in that. So
if number 2 were to roll around, from what I've seen from the ending of Alien Isolation, it looks like we will be returning as Amanda Ripley. Because it seems like she may get picked up by the company or some other corporation. What do you think you need to see to make the aliens themselves more interesting and or feel better to play against? And I'll start this off by saying I think it would be nice to have it to where you can kill the aliens, because it feels really bad having things like shotguns or high caliber revolvers that in other media have been shown to be effective.
Oh yeah, that's actually the interesting part.
Ineffective.
Yeah.
So I would like to see the ability to kill these aliens, but it be more of a risk of, yes, you can kill this thing, but you're attacking something that is part of a hive mind. So more of them are going to turn up. Having that be sort of like a temporary way of alleviating your situation, so that you have another couple seconds to progress unimpeded before things get worse, I think could be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, there are a few things I would probably point out, and so first of all, how I would say it, because the interesting part about the alien is, in my opinion, which is weird that this is probably not even talked about a lot, which is why I hate that it's actually invincible in Isolation, because here's the thing. The alien is a stalker and ambush predator to a big degree. And the reason why it was so dangerous on the how's it called? Nostromo, is they didn't have guns. They didn't have anything to really defend against the thing. They were what do you do against something in the dark that is just better than you? It sucks. And yeah. But the interesting part about aliens was, it turns out, the supposedly supreme being is
pretty mortal.
It's pretty mortal. It just has other things where it's just terrifying, as if it sets down a hive, well, do you have enough bullets? Which is a problem, because as this...
How much napalm do you have?
Yeah, and I think that's actually kind of an interesting thing, because it also just, which was also highlighted in Aliens, is that the way the colonial marines worked is that they were small strike forces. they are not set up for that kind of work, which is ironic. There's also something where I'm like, hey, I would like to see an alien movie about the whole idea that, the Earth Federation, caught onto Weyland-Yutani's bullshit, and it's just now like, oh, we need to contain the alien outbreaks. But here's the thing.
There's actually a community I think you would enjoy, Nia. And I used to work for this. I don't work for this anymore due to personal disagreements, but I think you'd enjoy this. This is also to do with 14.
Yeah, I know there's a colonial marine server.
It's Marine Corps.
I don't know if I would ever like that. It's a bit... It was kind of weird in terms of joining communities, honestly. The thing is just...
I mean, it's totally different. It's not like the rest of it. But,
it's just... what I wanted to, by the way, say for the aliens too is like... I do want to have it so that you can kill it, because that actually just makes sense, It's just... I kind of wanted to go more into the direction of what... have you seen Alien Romulus?
I haven't, and I would appreciate no spoilers.
Okay. Okay, but like one of the... It's not a... shit!
No, you can't. But, yeah, in general, more interactable, which includes killing or delaying or throwing off, like, I don't know...
Yeah.
Depending on where aliens to place, maybe like a shock freeze facility where you can at least lure one in to maybe temporarily or permanently get rid of one alien without downside. Or just one. And assuming there are multiple.
I think there are two things what I would say. Like, the moment you want to make it more like Alien 1, it's like, don't have a queen. Just, you could definitely go into the idea of, when aliens are, isolated and they don't form a hive, they are territorial, everyone tries to do their own hive, they maybe mutate, you have like weird mutating aliens. It's like,
you just need to go to the extended universe for that.
Maybe. You can do a lot of stuff in the canon stuff now,
I'm just saying there are lots of inspirations to take from that.
Oh yeah.
There's lots of alien types.
Fair point. You can do a lot of that. They don't make varied aliens.
Very interesting thing. I think it was Weyland-Yutani did this. I don't think it was Siegfried. Where they had actually managed to bioengineer one of the drones to be subservient to like corporation, and it was capable of whispering to people. And this actually appears in one of the comics. But yeah, I think something like that.
Yeah. I think
interesting. I don't know if Alien Isolation 2 will be the game for it, but
I don't know. I mean, the thing is more like, I think if they want to make the aliens, I think they should make the aliens vulnerable, but also it should actually take a lot of resources. That you'd be like, okay, do I want to have this sector safe from the alien? How do I tackle that? What do I spend on it? What is my tactic? And depending on what alien it is, you maybe need to lure it into like you could maybe lure it into like the big. Okay, there are a few big things I want to point out. If they make them vulnerable, you should have multiple options in how to dealing with the alien. As said, for example, maybe you can actually lure one in a trap. Maybe you can just shoot them because you just have like a good rifle and you could shoot it now. But that's like the one rifle you have and the one magazine clip.
And a lot of noise.
Who knows? Maybe another alien could come over, or robots or whatever the fuck is coming.
I think the blood needs to be a big problem.
That's what I also wanted to get at. Shooting an alien on a space station is a bad idea. How do you deal with that? And I think that's like, if you pose a bunch of those questions and actually like embrace the idea of that survival horror, especially if it's on a space station, is basically so close to the fucking immersive sim genre, literally make it as make physicality interactions with the aliens, with the blood and everything, and also maybe you can harvest some parts if you do it right, and maybe craft some other shit out of that. Like, remember how in Alien vs. Predator we brought it up? Yeah,
the shield.
The shield is like, that would be one of the things if don't destroy the head. So how do you do that? It's just a basic alien, maybe a big head shield. And that would be one of those things where like that they should maybe embrace the more, system shock roots of what the game actually is, or what the game is, as in, hey, here's a problem, here are a bunch of solutions. You may or may not actually see right where which one you could do, and then you have to figure it out. But there should also be like, if you fuck up, it should backfire hard. Not maybe completely soft lock thing, but like, oh hey, maybe some optional shit that could give you advantages, like, oh, you killed the thing in the lab. The lab is now destroyed. Enjoy. Or this sector is now just cut off because, it got vacuumed. Whoops. You now have to go...
to lock the alien in one of the surgical bays. However, one of the NPCs has just called in and said that the medical supplies they need for one of your favorite NPCs is trapped in there with it now.
Yeah, it's like, getting the alien, or, maybe you can freeze it somewhere if you put it into a trap. Stuff like that. It's just...
Or airlock it.
Airlock it. Like, if they should have multiple aliens, but they should definitely make it more of an, how do I deal with those things?
Yeah. I mean, they could also add some facehuggers. Facehuggers are more terrifying.
Facehuggers don't really work well in games.
They're hard to do right, that's true.
One thing I've noticed, it's that they come across as more just a mild annoyance than something to actually be scared of. And the way that they have to go about making them a concern is having them literally just round a corner and be in your face, and that's it.
That's like one part, especially since if you go lore-wise, they're technically one-hit kills in both ways.
Okay, here's a thing I want to propose, which is like,
I think they're blind, right?
They are blind.
Yeah, no, they cannot see, though they work kind of like snakes. They have very good hearing and they can kind of taste the air.
Yeah, so ideally you could use them more like a regional hazard where you need certain equipment to be able to sneak past them or something.
Can I say one thing? There should be one hidden strategy that should be called the I don't know Geronimo Gonzo strategy. Here's the thing. Have at least one or two facehuggers somewhere on the station, maybe even near the beginning. Okay. They're easily killed, they're in jars. You can just shoot them. Or if you just destroy the glass, they hop onto you, infect you, whoops, you're on a timer, you die. Easy. But you could maybe find one of them where like, oh, it's this is like that was labeled in some other document somewhere that this specific one with the number is maybe a queen facehugger. So inserts a queen. Okay, here's the thing. If you make a crafting system and like, for example, have some chemicals that you can mix, like one of the most basic chemicals you find that does nothing on its own that you could you have to mix it with something. Here's the thing. If you can just make it immersive, so like you can inject yourself everything, detrimental or not, you could say that this one basic resource that no one spends an eye on delays alien births. So you could go an Alien 3 route, as in infect yourself with a queen, jam yourself full of drugs so she doesn't break up, and the aliens just leave you alone because they're all like, nope, can't kill the alien breeder.
You would be on a hard timer. Like that timer need to be balanced really carefully.
That is the most like. Well, what's? I'm trying to think of the name of the film. It's the dude who like has to constantly keep shocking himself.
Yeah, right. It's
running.
How's it? Crank.
The most crank thing I think I've ever heard in terms of Alien.
Yeah, but
I partly love it.
It's okay. That's the thing.
It gives you the perfect opportunity to do the "get off of her, you bitch" like callback as well.
Yeah, but it would actually be it actually is kind of an interesting balancing point because like you're on a timer, so you literally like you have to scavenge for drugs, so knowledge of the ship is important. But also, you don't need to waste resources on the aliens. Basically, you can just finish your shit in your one go, so you can just turn into basically a maniac shooting everything up because you don't need the ammo for the aliens now, do you? So would it be kind of a...
Just go and ring the dinner bell.
I mean, you still need to find a way to get the alien out of you without dying.
I think the problem you run into then, though, is... And this is kind of something that's been shown in media here and there, is they won't try and kill you, but they will try and restrain you to keep the embryo.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know really, because like at least in 3 they just didn't touch her. They probably don't even realize that you're just constantly jamming drugs into you. They're just like, oh, okay.
I think that the problem with 3 though was that like there weren't any other threats present, if that makes sense.
I get what you mean.
So they've been depicted in media as also being like very intelligent, to the point that they can figure out if something is a threat, if something is defenseless, and like
but also like
pick and choose what they're gonna do from there.
I mean, that's that's kind of a basic thing. It's just more like, can they identify that there's like a drug lying around that delays the birth of aliens?
I'm not even going on about that.
Yeah, it's just...
I'm going on about the fact that like, so if we take what happens in Alien Isolation 1 as an example, right? In that station, you have groups of humans that are killing one another, and you have synthetics that are harming humans.
Yeah.
Now, for a second, imagine, because already the aliens know not to go after the synthetics. They just don't care. They just leave them alone as long as they don't pose a threat to the xenomorphs. So, at that point, if you've got a queen embryo in a person, is it not feasible to sit there and say, okay, well, they would recognize that anything walking around that has caused harm to other hosts is potentially a threat to this host with this queen larva in it? What's going to be easier to do at that point? Go and kill everything that is getting anywhere near the queen host, or put the queen host somewhere safe and make sure she stays there while you kill anything that comes close to it?
I mean...
So it adds another interesting layer, though, where you're then trying to hide from the aliens, not so that they don't kill you and end your run, but so that they don't capture you and drag you back to the nest, so that you then have to run all the way back from where you are to where you were.
Yeah, fair. I mean, I kind of like more the idea of, they ignore you, which would just be weird, but like, yeah. It's just an idea of, I mean, I guess I just like, I just kind of like immersive sims, especially when they're crossed with several horror stuff. Can you guess that I'm very excited for System Shock 2 Remastered?
I can, yes.
Yeah, actually it's so interesting because they talked how, it was just pain to do for a while. Now they got the source code, so actually, yay, shit's working now. You can play it co-op. Woo! The co-op was just broken before, so yeah. Co-op's gonna work. It's gonna be fun. But yeah, that is just what I would like to see in a second Alien Isolation game. Just more like focusing more on the immersive sim aspect, as in like, it's a station. There's a lot that can interact and go wrong because, you're in space, so... And then you throw in an alien. That would be very, very interesting. Just creative solution. Bah.
No,
it's too fucking late. I'm sorry. Okay, that's more...
It's 3:30 in the morning for me, so it's 4:30 in the morning.
Yeah, 5:30.
5:30. Oh,
Half
you're 2
5.
hours ahead of me now.
Yeah. God.
Wow.
Oh God. Yeah, but that's generally what I would like to see more.
Germany doesn't do daylight savings.
We do.
You do.
We do.
But we do daylight savings. So how does that work?
4:29 is here, or is it?
It's 3:29 here.
Okay, then it's just 1 hour. Yeah, 4:29. I just miss. You know what? I didn't understand what you mean here.
That's how tired you are. You misheard me until I said 3:29.
I'm not even that tired. I'm hungry though. Fuck. Probably just gonna do some noodle soup, packaged noodle soup.
Yeah,
And
fair
then
one. I made myself bacon, eggs, and everything before I came on, and
oh, nice. I still need to put in
that's
the.
why I disappeared midway through your stream. I was going off to
Yeah.
go and make dinner.
Yeah, I still need to soak some beans now because I'm gonna make some.
beans.
Yeah, soak some black beans so I can cook them tomorrow and make like nicely like spicy black beans with some rice. And then probably even put some lao gan ma on it because if I'm feeling fancy.
Oh mate, making me want to sit there and do my whole chili chicken ramen deal. Again.
Ah, that sounds good.
It really
Yeah.
is. I don't know if I've ever posted a photo of it to you, but I will
Yeah.
give you a
I think
picture of it.
yeah. Oh yeah, we recently discovered black beans and they're delicious. And healthy. Like shelf stable, delicious, healthy. What do you want more from a dish? Meat. I know.
I
You little
appreciate
carnivore.
That one. Yeah, meat is good.
I have a little carnivore on my side. Okay. I think we can definitely slowly end this one out and
It's late.
it is late. I am getting tired and
late.
oh yeah, that looks fucking delicious. Holy shit.
Did that when I was in. That was from my time in university on a student budget in a student kitchen.
Oh yeah,
That looks like a meal for a whole day.
that looks great.
That was really good.
Yeah. So yeah. Thanks everyone for tuning in and everyone who stayed until the end. Thank you Ryan for swinging by. I
Thanks for
still
having
need
me.
to. Oh yeah. We'll still see to what's gonna happen in the future with. I don't know where to go with this train of thought. Sorry. There's
Don't think
Tales
about the future.
Tales from the Borderlands on Sunday. We finished Castlevania. Have a good night, everyone, and goodbye.
Bye.